Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitching. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-0. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. We should be joined with our other host, Lady Che, here shortly. And on this season 5, episode 8, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 1. And those are Westmore says reparations aren't needed because he's governor. Then Biden diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. The Dems know in 2024. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I gotta assist Lady Che with something. Why I'm doing that, I'll put something on. All right, y'all, I'm back. Okay, so I was going through the description before I had to step away. So, salute to Ray Gun, salute to Crew Reality, salute to Twin. See you in here. Peace, Che, Lady Che.
I don't know. Lid?
What lid?
The lid.
It's right here. Change it was 2025 to 2100. Yep. All right, so Westmore says reparations aren't needed because he's governor. Biden diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Did Dems know in 2024? Racists try to mock the reality of black fatigue. Rodney Hinton sues police for $25 million. Two men show up in ATL with Klan suits on and get their wigs pulled back. Why they keep the history of Nottoway Plantation hidden. Dad of 5 disappears while kayaking on infamous Lake Lanier. And last but not least, FBAs aren't concerned about America's downfall because we've tried to save this nation several times. And the links to our descriptions are all in the chat. The links to our channels, rather, are in the chat. Frontline Black News, The Revolutionary Agenda, Jay Militan's channel link is in the chat, in the description as well. And Kukizi is also. And the GoFundMe is also in there. All right, go. Yeah, go ahead, Lady Che. What's your announcement?
I'm trying to do the RBA tomorrow afternoon sometime. Probably from the new Black House. Yes.
I don't know how that's going to happen because we got city council tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Tuesday then.
We got the task force meeting. But sometime this week we'll still do the RBA, y'all.
Yep. We're gonna go over the Diddy trial.
All right, hold it down because I gotta go get this food. I'm not worried.
What the?
The show.
Well, I don't know
Stop.
what you're doing. Oh, okay. I've been watching the Diddy trial pretty much since it started, and it's been salacious. There's some salacious moments. There've been some moments of doubt with Chad's testimony, you know. And I doubt that, and I questioned the video where he kicked her down the hallway. You know, I watched the whole 16 minutes of it. So I have thoughts about that, like you know, I feel like some of that was provoked. What else? Pretty much listened to the whole trial. Pretty much listened to most of it. Since there's no cameras in the courtroom, and it was pretty interesting. You know, Diddy's a freak, so, and apparently so is old girl. What else? I was watching that, and I got some video or some coverage of the Hinton thing, the arraignment. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I got some of that. I had a couple of things to go over. So I made a nice little queue. It's just a matter of when I can do it. Thank you, Smith. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Of when I can do it. Yeah. Tomorrow we got city council, so that'll be a no-go. But for the most part, we shall see. What else? read something else that was kind of salacious too, and I forgot what it was. I can't remember right now. Yes, it was hot. I had to go to the store to get us something to eat, and that's where I went earlier. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. He's back, y'all.
All right, I'm back. So I'm gonna hop right into it because we already pressed for time. So Westmore, we covered this yesterday, but we didn't get Professor Black Truth's take on it. So let's hear what Professor Truth has to say on this. Westmore says reparations aren't needed because he's governor.
What? Hell no.
YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the bell icon so you can be notified whenever. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. A bill to study reparations was proposed in the Maryland State Legislature by its Black Legislative Caucus. Yeah, that's already 2 red flags, but that's not the point. It's a study bill, and not the first one the states had, mind you, so nobody's getting their skirts blown up about that, certainly not me. In fact, Maryland's governor, a weasel named Wes Moore, admitted the state has had several commissions and studies to examine the legacy of slavery. So this is nothing new for Maryland, and yet this same governor, the state's first Black governor, mind you, was quaking in his boots and determined to be the first to declare that he was going to veto this latest reparations study proposal. Why? Well, it's not because it isn't popular. Maryland's legislative house voted for the bill 101 to 36, and the state Senate approved it 31 to 13. In fact, support for this reparations study bill was so overwhelming that there's enough to override Governor Moore's veto. That is, if all the members who voted for the bill decided to vote as a group against the governor's veto, they could override it. Now, of course, to be realistic, nobody seriously believes that these people are going to put their eggheads together and say, yeah, let's go ahead and override the governor on this one. But the point is, no matter what the shills and DNC plants and bootlicks may try to tell you, if you say the word reparations, everybody's not just going to curl up into a ball and say, no, 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 we'll never vote for it in a million years. We won't even talk about it. When liars try to tell you that no reparations legislation will ever get through a legislative committee, much less pass a vote, and that reparations is politically toxic and unfeasible, and that we have to be realistic, you can call them liars. These anti-Black racist tether shills and bootlicks, they know something that too many Black folks don't realize. When you start making demands and sticking to your guns, that's when the impossible starts to become possible. As long as we're being shy and bashful about our demands, that tells everyone else that we're not serious. When we stop caring about offending anyone else, then we see things start to move. Now, none of this stuff is happening by accident. As we saw in California, it's the Democrat governors who are the main ones opposing reparations whenever it comes down to the wire. They're realizing that they can't use these studies as a stalling tactic anymore because the Black grassroots have mobilized and made sure these issues don't just die a natural death and get forgotten about. We're forcing them to follow up on it, and that's a threat. If they claim to have done a study, then the Black grassroots has shown that they're going to force it to become action and not to stop at an empty proposal. Democrats saw this in California, that the Black grassroots refused to let the issue stop at some do-nothing study. So now the issue has become so threatening to the white power structure that they're threatened even to have a study done. This is how bad it's gotten for them. Okay, and what is the first Black governor of Maryland's excuse for declaring that he's going to veto any talk of a reparations study? He said it was because the job is to narrow the racial wealth gap, expand home ownership, uplift entrepreneurs of color, and close the foundational disparities that lead to inequality. Now, notice that nowhere in there did he say a word about Black people or slavery or institutional discrimination against us. He instead just regurgitated the same old Democrat word salad that we've been hearing for over a century. And everything that he named was just the same old boilerplate crap that applies to everyone. You can't narrow the racial wealth gap if you're just proposing the same old lift every boat policy that created the racial wealth gap in the first place. And you'll also notice he made sure to slip in the phrase entrepreneurs of color. That train is never late. This is what he claims is focusing on the work. Now, you know why white power chose this clown to be the stalking horse for governor. Black voters have made their demand, and this guy's replying with the same old avalanche of gibberish. And if it sounds familiar, it should. Talking nonsense about, what these Negroes are talking about, this is unimportant. We need to focus on the work and expand and uplift and yakety-smackety food insecurity and education. And if this kind of pathetic talk about how we need to focus on what the voters really want, if that kind of deflection and dodge sounds familiar, it should.
That phrase, defund the police, cost Jamie Harrison tremendously. Stop sloganeering. And let's go about the business of representing people and building hopes and aspirations for people.
Negro Jim Clyburn spouted that garbage 5 years ago, and as the white media never tires of reminding us, he's the highest-ranking black politician in America, which is basically the same as being the head janitor at a sewage treatment plant. And look what he did. He attacked defunding the police, claiming that Democrats needed to focus on more important things like improving the lot of working families, etc. Okay, black voters gave Democrats control of the Congress and the White House during that very same election that Clyburn was whining about. They made Biden president. And what did Clyburn and his pals do for working families or anyone else during that 4 years? Absolutely nothing. And here you have Westmore proving that this is an intentional Democrat program at work. At least Gavin Newsom didn't try to pretend like he could talk his way out of vetoing reparations. He just let his Negro puppets in the State Assembly Black Caucus do his dirty work for him while he hid in the back. But it's what Westmore said next that proves that there's not a dime's bit of difference between Democrats and Republicans, because he tried to justify vetoing reparations on the grounds that black politicians have risen to the highest levels of government in recent years, so that proves that there's no real need for reparations. The bastard actually had the nerve to say that. He didn't say a word about how black citizens in Maryland are doing. He talked about black politicians like himself. So all he cares about are career politicians. As long as he's doing good, then black America has nothing to complain about. So 3 or 4 black political office holders means that 2 million black Maryland residents are doing great now? Could you imagine a white Democrat saying a lie like that? Even Gavin Newsom didn't dare try it. That's why Democrats made this clown the governor. There's also a message to white society, too, that Westmore was sending. He wants to be the black face saying black people don't need anything, and they don't have a valid grievance, and there's no need for reparations. Why? There's already all this progress that's been made, and we're already doing the work, so reparations aren't necessary. First of all, when he says crap like, look at all the black people in political office, there's only a small handful, so he's lying by pretending as if there's racial parity in elected office. And also, he's using the talking point that we hear from the white right whenever reparations is brought up. Why, look at all these black people in the NBA, buddy. Look at all these NFL players, buddy. That's reparations, buddy. Except it's not some sawed-off white right-winger spouting this garbage this time. It's your allegedly first black governor of Maryland who's doing it. This is the same thing that Republicans say. They're the ones who claim that there's no racism because they're Negro puppets like Daniel Cameron and Mark Thompson and that tether in Virginia, Winsome Sears, these sellouts and bootlicks, they're in high office in their state. And so that proves there is no racism. And these sellouts are the first ones to say that too. America's not racist. Why? Look at what happened. They selected me. I got elected to be state attorney general or to be senator or to be lieutenant governor or something. So that proves that there's no racism and hence no need for reparations. We should be dealing with other issues like institutional pay disparities and the home ownership issues. So since the white political powers that be have given them some token positions, black people as a group don't need anything. Haven't we done enough for you people already? Geez, we gave you a biracial president. Isn't that enough? That's the well that Westmore's drawing from. He literally is saying that his being governor is reparations. This is the political equivalent of one giant Negro. That's what this is. You don't have to care about what's happening with 99% of the black population of Maryland. Why, you got this one token Negro who's governor. And that being the case, if you met one, you met them all. And he says, don't worry about it. And we don't have to because it's all one big Negro anyway. And it shows you that when it comes to black people in our demands, Democrats and Republicans are on the exact same page, using the exact same talking points and doing it for the exact same reason. Secondly, though, this is the legacy of Barack Obama. By voting for a biracial, self-interested social climber, black voters demonstrated that we were fully willing to vote for someone because we still bought into the black faces in high places crap. Well, black faces mean nothing if they're backing an anti-black agenda. Black faces carrying out white power's dirty work is not an improvement. Problem is, too many black people are purely aspirational. We try to live vicariously through athletes, entertainers, actors, and politicians. The dominant society knows this, and so do their bootlicks like Wes Moore and Barack Obama and Karen Bass. Black Maryland residents voted for Wes Moore without actually getting any promises from him. Now the shills and liars and bootlicks will tell you he couldn't make no promise about reparations. He has to focus on everyone's, not just black people's.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because whatever benefits that black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country, right?
Reparations ain't politically popular. Well, I showed you that the Maryland state legislature already had a vote on whether or not to study it, and it was overwhelmingly popular. And then Governor Moore tried to sprinkle sugar on crap by claiming that black misleaders like himself have been uplifting black families and addressing racial disparities. His having a government job does nothing for poverty in Baltimore. It doesn't address the massive housing crisis that black Maryland residents have been enduring. And yet he's telling black people in Maryland they should just be content to bask in the glow of him being governor. That doesn't pay anyone's bills. And as long as he's getting what he wants, well, I guess it doesn't matter. This scumbag thinks that he's going to become president in 2028. That's what this is. You can tell when you got some sorry Negro who thinks that he's teeing up some would-be presidential campaign. First order of business, tell everybody I'm not on black people's side. That's why I keep reminding you about Barack Obama's debut party, the 2004 Democratic National Convention. That was the first time that most of America was introduced to the young senatorial candidate from Illinois, because that's the place where he stood in front of the whole doggone world and said, there is no black America, there is no white America, only the United States of America.
There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
Yeah, all of these black bootlicks and suck-ups in politics, they know exactly what the dominant society wants to hear. And that's how you tell everybody, I'm trying to appeal to a non-black audience. You tell them, I'm not even looking at this racial thing. Race, well, I don't really see race. Reparations, we don't need that. We're already doing the work. That's what this is. The same con over and over. And just like Daniel Cameron, who was also dumb enough to think that he was going to make it to higher office over black people's dead bodies, Wes Moore has another thing coming if he thinks that the same white Democrats who put him up to this mess are going to make him president. And he's not on planet Earth if he thinks that black voters will ever support him after this. He's guaranteed that governor is as far as his political career will go. That is, unless some future white Democrat president does what Biden did for Kamala Harris and hands him a cabinet position or something. But if he tries to run for anything in his own right, his political chances are already DOA. And he saved the most cynical remarks for last, saying, now is not the time for another study. Now is the time for continued action that delivers results. The damned insult. That's a complete and thorough contradiction. If there was continued action, nobody would be talking about a study. Of course, he knows that black poverty, black unemployment, and every other relevant metric for the black community has only gotten worse, not better. There hasn't been any action. The black community has been categorically ignored and attacked and betrayed. Though I would say that if you were one of the black voters in Maryland silly enough to vote for a clown like Wes Moore, you weren't betrayed. He didn't deceive you. Wes Moore never promised to do anything for black voters, and he kept his word. So when you think about Karen Bass and Stephen Reed and Wes Moore, you can put them in the same category as Barack Obama and every other political whore who made their deal with the devil. They are every bit the enemy of the black community as a Strom Thurmond or a Donald Trump. In fact, they're worse. Because at least with Trump, Stephen Miller, and their racist pals, they don't pretend to be on black people's side, and even if they tried, black people have no illusions about these racists. As the black media, we've been telling you for nearly 20 years that the most vicious lies about us, the most belligerent opposition and attacks that we would face would come from Democrats, not Republicans, and that the main ones who the Democrats would put out front to attack us would be these black sock puppets. Remember, the attack on woke didn't start with the white right. It started with Barack Obama when he was attacking protesters against police violence. Woke was the term that those people were using. It had made it into the white media, and Barack Obama was the first one to come out against it. White power uses its Negro sock puppets to break the ice on these kind of anti-black talking points. that makes it okay for the white Democrats to come along later and formally attack it and say, well, you can't say it's racist because Barack Obama attacked it first. And you can't say that attacking people for saying defund the police is a bad thing because we had Negro Jim Clyburn out here doing it. And you can't say that attacking even a study on reparations is anti-Black racism because look who we had. Wes Moore says it's not necessary. He says we're already doing the work. This is the reason that we say it makes no sense to vote for Democrats. The shills and plants we see in the comment section always get real quiet times like this because they're also like Wes Moore. These shills you're seeing posting crap about vote blue no matter who, they're also trying to finesse themselves a job or some position as a consultant or some other form of operative for the Democrats. These shills and plants are also only looking for a come up for themselves. The white media has falsely claimed that Black activists, I mean the real ones, not phony sock puppets like DeRay McKesson, the white media says that we are radical extremists, merely for demanding common sense policies that would improve things. Well, you know what? Maryland needs some extremists who will go on a crusade against this Wes Moore creep.
I agree.
There must be a one-to-one correlation between liars who stand in the way of our interest and the political downfall that follows. The white media puts false labels on people and movements in order to try to program the public to be opposed to them or to be in favor of them, whatever the white media and its rich white owners want. And as we've seen time and time again, whenever these propaganda campaigns fail, the white media will not acknowledge that. Instead, they'll fall silent, slither away, and try to talk about something else. The issue of reparations has been moved from obscurity to the fringe, and now we've pushed it into the mainstream. It's been and will continue to be a political issue in several states. They've tried to redefine reparations as anything from a housing voucher to an apology, but foundational Black Americans have made it clear that reparations is one thing and one thing only: cash. Right. Even the Aryan propagandists, Associated Press piece, acknowledged that fact. We've kept the bastards from redefining reparations, so now we see them desperately trying to put the genie back in the bottle and saying, well, we're not even going to discuss it. Since you refuse to stop talking about it, since you refuse to let the issue go away, they're now telling Black people that you've already got reparations. That Black governor over there, that's your reparations, buddy. And it's Democrats doing this. It's all about controlling the narrative. Even in states like Maryland and Georgia, where Black voters make all the difference, the white media will never say, so-and-so lost this election because of the issue of reparations. They'll never say, well, this person was out of step with Black voters and Black support was low and that's what cost them the election. You gotta be more in tune with the Black community. You gotta step up for what the Black community demands. You gotta listen to them and then do what they say. The white media will never say that because they understand that part of their job is to program the public mind through the use of lies. So they'll say that abortion is what's important to elections. You got to pay attention to those illegal immigrants, even though they can't vote. And the war in wherever the hell, that's what's important. Because none of those things threatens the white status quo. But when it comes to Black people, they will never say that a politician lost an election because Black voters made their displeasure felt. They will never say that these politicians have to pay attention to what Black people are saying, especially when it's things that threaten the white power structure. Even in 2020, they didn't say that. They simply said that Black voters allegedly really liked Biden and they left it at that. In 2024, the narrative became that Black men are all sexist. But at no point did they point out Kamala Harris's record. Instead, they tried to reduce it to a marketing issue. Barack Obama wasn't condescending enough to Black men. He didn't browbeat them enough into voting. When you don't have credibility, you have to try to substitute name recognition for it. In wherever the hell, that's what's important. Because none of those things threatens the white status quo. But when it comes to black people, they will never say that a politician lost an election because black voters made their displeasure felt. They will never say that these politicians have to pay attention to what black people are saying, especially when it's things that threaten the white power structure. Even in 2020, they didn't say that. They simply said that black voters allegedly really liked Biden, and they left it at that. In 2024, the narrative became that black men are all sexist. But at no point did they point out Kamala Harris's record. Instead, they tried to reduce it to a marketing issue. Barack Obama wasn't condescending enough to black men. He didn't browbeat them enough into voting. When you don't have credibility, you have to try to substitute name recognition for it. That's where the white media's monopoly comes in. Most people don't do their homework. And the only way to educate the voters is to either inspire them to check people's paperwork or by having a robust enough organization in place that it can get its own name out there and get over the white media filters. This is why both parties are behind the program to keep black people poor, so that they maintain their monopoly on the black public mind. That way they can have some sellout like Westmore show up, pay some pork chop preachers or some other bought and paid for so-called community activists to vouch for them. White power has always relied on the use of sellouts and traitors to mislead black people. Westmore just got through telling you that so long as he's getting what he wants, to hell with you. Black people don't need to be prosperous, just him. The damn nerve of that bastard.
Yeah.
Now, if he was from any other group and said that to those constituencies, they would have already pulled his coat and he would have been finished politically.
Yeah.
But in the black community, too many of us choose to get our news from fools like the breakfast schlubs or some other morning FM comedy routine. Politics is serious business, family, and you can't call yourself informed when you get your news and views from the class clowns. At some point, black folks have to take personal responsibility for our decision making. And that starts by not listening to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who comes along telling us that they're down for the struggle. Black people will have to get in these bastards' faces, not merely to put pressure on them, but to make it clear we can take the issue out of their hands. We knew from the beginning that this wasn't going to be easy. And I'm not saying we should be settling for studies, by the way, because I know there's some people who don't listen so well who will say that. That's not what this is about. This is about the fact that the black grassroots have pushed the needle and stretched the envelope to the point they know that unlike NCOBRA and these other do-nothing sellout groups, we're not going to let reparations stop at a study. We're getting closer to that critical mass of black people who have returned to the tradition of seeing politics on a continuum and not in the narrow confines that white power has conditioned us to see it. Once we force something into the political discourse, now we're demanding that they act on it. We've put their backs to the wall repeatedly. Using a study as a stalling tactic isn't going to work. Sure. They see where this is going, to the money. The very thing that they spent 500 years desperately trying to avoid. The enemy knows exactly how dangerous a moment this is for them. They know that when black people get a point to push for something, we usually get it if we show the persistence.
Right.
Our problem is that too many black people have been consistently inconsistent. White power has noticed this pattern about us, and they're hoping that once again they can wait us out, send their bootlicks and minions out to tell us, well, we're just not going to do it, and that's that. And then they wait to see if we stop pushing for what's ours. The exercise of power is comprised of two functions: promoting what is in your interest and punishing those who get in the way. Seeing liars and trash like Westmore sent packing, that is the kind of action and results that black families and black people in general require.
Yes.
Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Bo McLean, C. Bennett, Alfredo Roberts, Neil Saphir, and Mustang Crazy ATL. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, yep. Professor summed it up quite perfectly. I mean, he said everything I said yesterday and then some. So, to hell with Westmore. Vote his ass out of damn office. The election is next year in Maryland. He needs to go ASAP. And like he said, if any other group, if he doesn't see any other group, he would already been gone. His career would already been washed with us. And I noticed it was the boule that was parading this dude around. Remember Lady Che?
What?
Roly Poly Martin and all them was Yeah, Westmore.
I don't even know
We
who that dude is.
we have the governor of Maryland.
Yeah, don't know who he is. He's irrelevant to me, okay? I mean, he doesn't exist. He shouldn't exist to us.
He's the only black governor in the United States.
No, he's not.
Yes,
No,
he
he's not.
is.
He's acting like a white governor. Because he's black on the outside does not mean anything, guys.
Peripherally, he's the only black governor in the United
What I
States.
say doesn't mean anything, though, just because he's black on the outside. So what?
The optics.
What the optics? I understand what you're talking about, just. He's a shit governor. He's gonna be a shit governor.
He's already the governor.
Okay, well, vote him out of office. Why don't we get
That's what I just said.
Maryland has to vote him out.
I know, I just said that.
Maryland has to get on code. So, why are you telling me that? I don't want that. He doesn't exist. Next topic.
There's no next topic. Like, we're just not just gonna end it like that.
Well, what do you mean? What do you want to talk about? You don't live there, we live here.
It doesn't matter if we live there.
So what?
They literally doing
They
the
have to
same
get on
thing
code,
they did in
They have to
California.
get on code. They're not on code. So what do we want us to do? We live here, all the way across the fucking world. Next topic.
I'm trying to rush the topics.
Well, what do you have to say about it? He said everything. He said everything yesterday. He said everything. You said everything. I said everything. Now what? What is there left to say?
I guess nothing, Rodney.
Right. When's the election?
Next year,
November?
yes.
Well, then in November they have to vote him out. Okay, then. Next topic. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
Yes, Rodney. You stop interrupting me. Stop being so damn argumentative. Look, Westmore is really pulling the same thing Gavin Newsom did. Anybody still supporting these damn Democrats? You gotta be out your goddamn minds. And this is just for a study. This isn't even for a whole bill, it's for a study. So yeah, support, what is his damn name? I keep forgetting his damn name. Andy Ellis or Gary Ellis, what the hell is his damn name? There's somebody that's challenging him under the Green Party. Support him. He actually supports reparations, lineage-based cash payments. Michael Pan had brought him up in the chat yesterday. So go back to our episode last night to find out who it is I'm talking about. So in other news,
That's good.
yeah. So in other news, Biden got diagnosed. So Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, glitching Joe Biden, got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, prostate cancer, which apparently has now spread to his bones, which means it's in his bloodstream. Which means he'll be kicking the bucket any day now. So TBA, the Black authorities, gonna give us an update on that.
President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with late-stage prostate cancer. The news came out here, and we're going to talk about this tonight because this is actually very important. What I want to do here is I actually want to read to you from CNN because there's a reason I want to go into this. It says here, former President Joe Biden was diagnosed with an, quote, aggressive form of prostate cancer, according to a statement from his personal office Sunday. and it has spread to his bones. So if you're familiar with cancer nomenclature, it has metastasized. It has spread. Cancer does not just spread overnight, though. And while prostate cancer tends to be one of the slower moving ones, for this to already be in his bones, anybody who is a doctor, a nurse, RN, anyone who's worked in medicine, when you hear about late stage cancer, and I'm using this phrase late stage, not stage 4, although it is, we're going to come back to that. But the bottom line is, when you're talking about cancer, particularly prostate cancer, for you to be late stage, that's not something that happens overnight. Prostate cancer tends to be a more slow moving one. And for him to be in late stage, that means he would have been having cancer for a while. He would have had this for a while. This isn't something that just would have turned up overnight. He's had cancer for years. He would have had to have had cancer for years for this to be in late stage now. They're going to say here, quote, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. Also say metastasis. The statement said. It continued, quote, while this represents a more aggressive disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. Biden, 82 years old, and his family, quote, are reviewing treatment options with his physicians, the statement said. The news comes days after a spokesperson for Biden said the former president was recently evaluated for a small nodule discovered on his prostate. Quote, prostate cancer is very common, said Dr. Jameen Brahmbhatt, a urologist and robotic surgeon with Orlando Health and an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida's College of Medicine, which is not involved in Biden's treatment. Quote, as we get older, most men are going to have little cancer cells in them. Prostate cancer can be assigned a grade known as a Gleason score based on what the cells look like under a microscope. A Gleason score of 9, quote, means it's the most aggressive form of prostate cancer. Dr. Benjamin Davies, a professor of urologic oncology at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, who is also not involved in the Biden's case, said in an email, Biden is at his home in Wilmington, Delaware this weekend, according to a source familiar. CNN has inquired about where the former president is being treated. Biden faced concerns over health during 2024 race, not from the corporate media. He didn't. They said there was nothing wrong with him right up until he basically went senile on stage. So they didn't say anything 4 years ago. They didn't say anything 8 years ago. So no one in the corporate media had any concerns. Now, the rest of us in the country, we had plenty of concerns. The corporate media didn't have any. Concerns about age and health dogged Biden, not over at CNN. Jake Tapper, anyone? Jake Tapper said it was a stutter. He wasn't going senile. It was a stutter, remember? The oldest president in U.S. history throughout his time in office and came into sharper focus following the halting debate performance against Donald Trump last June. In February 2024, Biden underwent a physical at Walter Reed National Military Center, overseen by his physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who at the time said there were, quote, no new concerns with the president's health, and he was, quote, fit for duty. Are these actual military doctors anymore, or are they just part of the political party and they just say whatever the political party tells them to say, you know, like being in the Soviet Union? Because that's pretty much where we are right now. If you're telling me that a year ago they didn't see that he had prostate cancer a year ago, now he's late stage, that doesn't happen in 1 year. Right. So when he says no new concerns, You're not saying that you didn't find anything or that he didn't have cancer. Well, there's no new concerns. Oh, so there's nothing you didn't already know. Yeah, I already know he's got prostate cancer. Yeah, I already know he's got prostate cancer. But there's nothing else. Prostate cancer and nothing else? A new book written by CNN's Jake Tapper, who already destroyed his credibility, and Axios' Alex Thompson describes how the president had been showing signs of decline that aides ignored or explained away, even before Biden's disastrous debate that led to his decision to exit the 2024 election 3 weeks later. He didn't choose that. They had to push him out. And now we know what I've been saying the whole time. They've known for years. People, I have a very simple question. Who the hell has been running this government? Who's been running this country now for the last 4 years? Because we know who it ain't been. They told you that he's just getting older. And I noticed something about Biden. Did you all notice how wispy his hair got over the last 4 years? What? I noticed that. I noticed that Biden's hair over the last 4 years got really wispy. It got really thin. And I remember thinking then, okay, is balding getting more aggressive? We already know he's senile, but did you notice his hair's been getting thin and real wispy? Well, don't expect CNN or ABC or Fox News, for that matter, to point out something this obvious. By the way, anybody notice that his hair got real wispy over the last 4 years? With them claiming, oh, we didn't find anything, that doesn't seem quite right. So who has been running this country for the last 4 years? And I submit to you, it's the same people who are always running it. Joe Biden was put there because he was a literal empty suit with an empty head. He didn't know what the hell's going on. They tell him what to say, and then he marches out there and goes to say it. There was an episode of Star Trek that was like that, based on Nazi Germany and Der Fuhrer. The man had been dead for a long time, but other folk were talking for him. You're not on your way to a Soviet Union-style government in America. You're already there. With people running this thing behind the scenes like Metal Gear Solid, the person sitting in the White House comes and goes, but the people who actually run this nation, they persist. They're not members of a political party because they control both parties. And you cannot go to the corporate media because the corporate media is a wholly owned subsidiary of those powers. And that's why you can't get a truthful statement out of them until finally things collapse and they can't hide it anymore. Please remember that they paid Jake Tapper. They paid Jake Tapper. They paid George Stephanopoulos. They pay Rachel Maddow. They pay all these people to lie to your face. They pay them millions of dollars a year to lie. Millions of dollars. It says here that Tapper and Thompson write that Biden's aides privately discussed whether they would have to put him in a wheelchair for his second term, and that Biden didn't recognize movie star George Clooney at a June 2024 fundraiser. Biden has maintained a relatively low profile since leaving the White House. I'm not going to read any more of this here, but the CNN already jettisoned their credibility. Already lost it. I will read this last part down here. Trump said that Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and his family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. All right, pass the beer. Former Vice President Kamala Harris, who took over the Democrats' campaign after Biden dropped out, also wished the former president a speedy recovery and added that, quote, Joe is a fighter. Doug and I are saddened to learn of President Biden's prostate cancer diagnosis. We are keeping him, Dr. Biden, and their entire family in our hearts and prayers during this time. All right. Then they go on here talking about cancer is very serious, but there is some good news. People, CNN has not stopped yet. Even with Joe Biden having a late stage cancer diagnosis, CNN is still telling you all it's no big deal. They don't have credibility at these corporate media outlets anymore. They just have a very old audience. Their audience is old. Their audience doesn't think straight. They just tune in because they've always tuned in. But they're not critical thinkers. They just show up because they've been watching Wolf Blitzer for 4 decades. They're outrageously suggestible and controllable. That's why they look at us younger folk crazy. They said, besides the Gleason score, you mean the one that's off the charts? Factors such as blood, prostate-specific antigen levels, imaging tests, and biopsy findings are important in determining how the cancer might behave and what treatment options might be best. People, they've already known he had cancer. They're talking about they're reviewing his options. When you hear folk talk about they're reviewing options, that's usually not a good sign. When they say we're reviewing options, that's usually at the point of nature, quote, nature taking its course. So if they've already known about this and he has the best doctors in the damn world, at least you should. You're a president. He gets seen every year. Let's stop talking crazy like this is your unemployed uncle. He gets seen every year. Full physicals every year. There's no way in the hell that they miss this. And there's no way that they don't already know what to do if they can do anything. Even patients with high-risk prostate cancer, quote, can live a pretty normal life and have a good quality of life as long as the cancer is treated, Brombot said. That treatment is personalized to each patient and might come in several forms, such as hormone therapy, chemotherapy, or radiation. The fact that Biden's cancer has spread to the bone, quote, is very serious and not curable, Davies said. However, quote, there is some good news here in the newer hormonal and chemotherapy therapies that have come into the space in the past few years, which have shown impressive results and extended the longevity of patients significantly. It could take, quote, a few weeks to see which direction Biden's treatment goes, Brombot said. Some of the treatments can affect memory. How would you tell? Mood. How would you tell? Quality of life, whatever's left. So you have to be very careful about what you end up doing because you don't want to be overly aggressive. Then they talk about the fact that they had cancer has already been in the family that took his son, Bo. I'm saying that to you all because did you all notice what was missing in this entire piece from CNN to show you that they are still in full-blown propaganda mode? Let's jump over here to the to Reuters. Former President Biden has been diagnosed with, quote, aggressive prostate cancer. So you notice you're hearing the same thing, aggressive cancer, aggressive cancer. There's something that they're not saying. Former President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones, his office said in a statement Sunday. Biden, 82, was diagnosed on Friday after experiencing urinary symptoms, and he and his family are reviewing treatment options with doctors, according to the statement. Quote, while this represents a more aggressive form of disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive. Cancers that spread or metastasize are considered stage 4, the most advanced. Most prostate cancers are detected at an early stage. Now, did you notice something? They did not say in any of these headlines that Joe Biden has stage 4 cancer. Now, that's what they say for literally everybody else. Every other person that you've ever seen who has late stage cancer, and it's metastasized, they say they have stage 4. But did you notice that neither of these headlines said stage 4, and CNN's entire article never says stage 4. And even Reuters mentioned stage 4. They mention it, but they don't come out and say Biden has stage 4 cancer. Did you notice that?
Yep.
So they are not quitting, people, with the lying, the misleading, the misinforming, the propaganda. They're not stopping. They're literally putting up stories now with a man who has stage 4 cancer and not saying he has stage 4 cancer. They're saying everything except what would sum up everything as quickly and concisely as possible. No, they're not fighting for you, they're fighting against you. Then they go into stats on things, but I want to read this because I wanted you all to see that, by the way, at no point do they come out and say former President Joe Biden has stage 4 cancer. Not even now. They still won't say it. They still will not be straight with you about what the situation is. And what I say is that under these circumstances, they must be permanently stripped of any legitimacy, and they can never be allowed to redeem themselves. Something this catastrophic that you continue doing this, as far as I'm concerned, no, there is no place for redemption. Close down CNN and all the other cable TV channels because you are no longer fit for human consumption. You're not fit for animal consumption. Now, let's go ahead and discuss why this matters. Let me discuss why this matters, people. Because I get a bunch of people who had a caller last night. They call and they say, well, Jason, we need to talk to the president. We need to talk to the president. I said it last night, brother. There's nobody who doesn't already know. I don't want you to be deceived about what's going on. There's nobody who doesn't already know. And in this situation, they are just showing you here outright that they're not running, that he's not running it. People, you don't get stage 4 prostate cancer overnight. You don't get stage 4 prostate cancer in a year. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up the Zoom, and to any of my nurses out there, I don't know, I might have an, if I have a doctor, I want an actual MD, not the local witch doctor. Damn! But if I got any of my nurses out there, RNs, my PRNs, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Zoom here. And we're going to have a conversation about that because I want y'all to understand this doesn't just come out of nowhere. They got folks spinning their wheels. They got people spinning their wheels. They got folks sitting in the White House who are blind, crippled, crazy, dead and gone, and playing a game with you where you're sitting up here talking to Joe Biden and you don't understand that he doesn't make any of the actual decisions. He's not making any of the actual decisions. Then you end up with 30 million illegal aliens. You end up with 30 million illegal aliens in your country. And you wonder how the hell that's happened. Who made the decision? Well, yeah, Joe Biden obviously has to be a part of it. But what this demonstrates to you, the fact that we know he's had cancer for years, had to have had it for years. There's no way this just popped up out of nowhere like Orville Redenbacher's. There's no way in the hell that happened. If this is occurring, they've known for years. They've known for years. Now, I do want to be clear about one thing. You all know my policy. You know how I am. Other people can run their programs and do however they want to do. You know my policy. I've never been a person who celebrates bad things happening to people. I've never been a person who stomps on folks' graves or mocks them, except for the most vile and vicious and revolting. There are individuals who are truly deserving of outright damnation. There are. Carolyn Bryant at the top of that list. And gleefully so. In Joe Biden's case, I don't know if he qualifies at the top of it, but if he doesn't qualify as number 1, he damn sure qualifies as number 2.
And deal with it.
If he's not number 1, he's definitely number 2. We can start with segregation. We can start with Jim Crow Joe. We can start there. And then we can move on to the fact that he just moved the white supremacy below the table. We can talk about the crime bills that targeted us and just us. Let me explain something to you and remind you all of something here about how diabolical these bastards are. And I'm saying it like that. And I'm saying it here right now. Joe ain't dead yet here. So let me go ahead and get this off right quick here. Jim Crow Joe Biden, white supremacist extraordinaire. People back in the 80s, back in the 70s when they were actually going back to the 60s, but kicking off in the 70s, Richard Nixon, the so-called war on drugs was a war on black people. They brought the drugs into the neighborhood, brought them into the community, and then locked you up if you became a drug addict, and that became the American way. If you were in possession of drugs and you were black, off you go to jail. We were saying back then, please remember though, Richard Pryor had a special back in the 80s. I don't remember if it was Richard Pryor Here and Now or if it was Richard Pryor Live and in Concert. It was one of those two. You can go look up both of them. They're well worth seeing. And he talked about that. He said, white folks, now this is back in the 80s, y'all. Back in the 80s when he said white folks see black folk on drugs. Isn't it a shame? Isn't it a mess? Take a look at that. Take a look at that, George. Isn't this just awful? Isn't this terrible? Can't they do better? And he said that's until you went home and saw your kids in the basement strung out on drugs. Oh my God, it's an epidemic. They've been waging a race war against us, using every tool and every piece of armament at their disposal. It's been a race war. And they've been targeting us. And we know that it's a fact because just as soon as the opioid epidemic kicked off, and that is an almost 100% white issue, all of a sudden we're legalizing drugs. All of a sudden, mass incarceration is no longer the answer to the drug issue. When they saw an opportunity to mass incarcerate black people, that was the only thing on the table, and all the politicians were 10 toes down for it. Yeah, if you're a drug addict, you need to be in prison. Now, when it was time to mass incarcerate white people, all of a sudden, overnight, the laws changed. Hell, actually, it didn't even change overnight. Please understand, they were never punishing white people for any drug use, cocaine, heroin, marijuana, not nearly the way they were black people. So white folk were already getting treated with preferential treatment. But once it got to the opioids, never mind the Sackler family making billions off it, but once we got to opioids and it was absolutely time to mass incarcerate white people, that was when you saw government policy change. The very same cities that had targeted us for decades, all of a sudden they instantaneously overnight said mass incarcerating people for being drug addicts is not the answer. At the city level, not the federal level, at the city level, they started saying mass incarceration's not the answer. They started giving them places to shoot up drugs. They gave them safe places to shoot up drugs, safe places to do their heroin, safe places to do their meth, with the police standing right outside. What? For those of you who've forgotten, you can go look that up on YouTube. PBS Frontline did a documentary about it years and years ago. Up in Boston or Maine? Up in the New England states. Well, that had no problem incarcerating every single black person they could find for being a drug addict. And yet when it was time to mass incarcerate white people, all of a sudden the government said we need to help them do their drugs. Let's see if we can get them to safely do drugs. All of a sudden their drug use became part of the budget. Now, when you said that about us, they told you, that's the problem. You all are just criminal individuals. You're just genetically criminal. Look at you. You don't need any laws. You're just animalistic and criminal. And then it was time, okay, hey, white folks, let's go ahead and lock y'all up. We need to have compassion. This is an illness. This is a disability. It wasn't an illness or disability with us. Nobody was saying it was an illness or a disability with us. Now, why do you think that was? Why is it that when it was us, there is no disability? It's not an illness. It's not a sickness. And the only acceptable treatment is incarceration. But Jim Crow Joe Biden, one of the first ones there to say, no, we can't just lock folks up, but only after they had mass incarcerated a whole generation of black people. Not until then. Not until then. No, I am not going to overlook any of the demons from years past. And Joe Biden did not stop what he was doing. He continued what he was doing. And that's why you saw under the Obama administration, and then when Joe Biden ran for office, you saw what was going on then. They all got together and conspired for the illegal alien invasion, specifically for the purposes of being a final solution to the black demographic problem. We will do the most heinous criminal thing in presidential history, but then again, you found a perfect sock puppet, a perfect empty suit. He doesn't even know where he is. And what little bit of him is left that does know where he is, he's on our side for it. So people, they found a disposable crash dummy. You'll all remember the years and years ago, Keisha Bottom B, former mayor of Atlanta. You'll all remember that I showed that years and years ago. Let me go ahead and throw it up on your screens in case you've forgotten. Years ago, I showed y'all this picture. And I showed you that there she is, ready to bed winch it up. And I said she is disposable. And they're showing you in real time that she's disposable. And I also told you then that so is Joe Biden. He's disposable too. If he runs afoul of the wrong folk there, he will be disposable also. And that's what you're seeing. You know who's running things. When all the smoke clears, whoever is left standing, that's the one who's running it. When you knock down everybody that you can, and then when all the smoke clears, whoever is left standing, that's the ones running it. The ones that no matter what you do, you can't seem to knock them down and can't seem to knock them over. Oh, those are the ones running it. They're the ones calling the shots. Joe Biden is down and out. Nancy Pelosi is talking about, you know what? I don't think I'm too old to be running for re-election. Take a look at the people who are still standing. When you see that, now you know who's running it. Now you know who told Joe Biden, bring in the illegals. Now you know who told the Democrat Party, we ain't no reparations. Yeah, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Obama and Hillary are kind of on their way out, but we know for a fact it's definitely includes Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. We know that for a fact. We know it's those two. Though we know those two are two of them definitely for a fact. But I will go a little bit further. I will go even further. Because I do not believe that it stops at just Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. I don't believe for a moment that it stops there. I also tell you that it goes even further than that. It also goes to Elon Musk. What? Folks, remember Elon Musk became the world's richest man under the Democrats' watch. Elon Musk ascended to the position of the world's richest man on the Democrats' watch because of them. They changed government policy to make him a part of the federal budget. That wasn't Donald Trump who did that. That was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who did that. with their so-called EV tax credit. Donald Trump all he did was just make it official that Elon Musk was a part of the federal government. Remember, they made him a part of the federal government's budget because they would give anybody who buys an electrical vehicle could get $7,500. Oh, okay, but there was only one company making EVs. There was just one company that was making electric vehicles. Not 3, not 5, just one. So you can call it an EV tax credit, but it's a Tesla tax credit because the only place you could buy an EV was Tesla. That was it. Oh, and in the chat room, y'all are getting ahead of me there, but let me go ahead and run through that right quick. Not only did they give you money to buy cars from Elon, they built out the infrastructure using our tax dollars. They built out the infrastructure so that everybody would have a place to be able to charge up their Elon Musk Teslas. They did not let the free market decide a damn thing. They didn't let the free market for people to convenience store owners to install electric chargers like they do for gas pumps. No, the federal government said we can't leave this up to chance. We will take care of subsidizing Tesla. People, when the federal government subsidizes your whole damn business and gives you a legal monopoly, how the hell can you? The only shame here is, Elon, you should be 5 times richer than you currently are. You've clearly fumbled it. How the hell can you have the federal government back in every play and you still sit up here and fumbled it like this? How the hell does that work? Now, you don't have a single black business in the history of the world that has gotten that type of welfare. To the white supremacist who called in last night, there's your white privilege right there. To anybody who tells you there's no white privilege, there's your white privilege right there. If the federal government gave us a legal monopoly and that kind of backing, and by the way, only white businesses get to be legal monopolies. What? Only white ones. People, the NFL is literally a legal monopoly. Literally. Major League Baseball is literally a sanctioned legal monopoly. For those of you who know your laws and tax law, you know that Jason's not making up that phrase. That's literally what the law says. The NBA is another one. All your major league sports leagues are legalized monopolies. They're sanctioned monopolies. They are legally exempt from the monopoly laws. This isn't Jason Blacc saying this. This is the law. For those of you who know your laws about sports, you know that this isn't hyperbole. This isn't a pronoun. This isn't me saying some general statement. That's the law. That they are allowed to operate legally. The courts have recognized them as a sanctioned legal monopoly. They will not be required to be broken up. What? You see, when you have a monopoly, they're supposed to step in and break you up, remember? They're supposed to step in and break you up. They allowed the NFL and the AFC to get together and form this legal monopoly. Nobody's trying to break them up. Not the NBA. They can make as many franchises as they want. Meanwhile, your black record labels are looking at a RICO indictment. Their businesses are criminalized and white businesses are literally sanctioned legal monopolies. Okay, we need to get some of that sanctioned legal monopoly business too. We're not even saying you have to stop doing what you're doing. We're saying, by the way, we saw what you're doing. Yeah, we need to get that. You don't hear anybody say we can't afford that. By the way, and they're fully subsidized, people. The teams are fully subsidized. Their stadiums are fully subsidized. The cities, the states, and the federal government, everybody's in on it. Hell, the Green Bay Packers is owned by the damn state. Damn! For my folks in Wisconsin and my NFL heads, so everybody's in on that while telling you and me what they can't do. City State, they're publicly owned. They're not like the other teams. They're publicly owned. Okay, folks. Yeah, while they're telling you and me what would be too much to do. You can't do that. Why, that would be against the law. While they're doing that. While they're doing that, by the way. And they've continued. If you are a white person with a business, the government's going to make sure that you stay where you're at. Yeah, Vince McMahon, the WWE, Dana White, and the UFC. Hey, Ari Emanuel. So, yeah, folks, while telling you and me that if we try to do that, oh, no. You can't do that. But you notice something, Elon Musk was standing there when the Democrats were in office. He was standing there when Trump came into office the first time. He was standing there when Joe Biden was in office. And he's now standing there when Trump is back in office. People, if you want to know who's running things, take a look at who's left standing after all the fights and dust-ups. Take a look at who's left standing once the smoke clears. Take a look at who keeps walking away without a scratch. Who keeps walking away without a speck of dust on them, without a speck of dirt on them. Take a look at who keeps being able to do that, and that tells you who runs things. That tells you who's running it. They don't give a damn who's sitting in office. They control all of them for what they trying to get. Please remember, wasn't Jason Blacc the guy who alerted you all that why Elon Musk doesn't like illegals unless they're from either South Africa or they're coming to work for his company? Remember? All of a sudden, H-1B visas and everything's fine. Elon Musk don't like illegals unless they're from South Africa or they're coming to work for his company. Now, all of a sudden, y'all are xenophobic. Remember, we dealt with this. He was on Twitter telling MAGA that they were xenophobic, that they were racist because they were not doing what was in the best interest of his enterprise. And you thought he was a right-winger. Elon Musk is not a right-winger, people. Elon Musk is not a right-winger. Elon Musk is a white-winger.
And deal with it.
I need you to understand that. You get caught up in those baseball games of so-called left versus so-called right, so-called liberal versus so-called conservative. I've told you for decades now, stop being a dunce. This is not about left wing and right wing. This is about white wing. It doesn't matter which party is in office, liberal, so-called conservative. He plays the chessboard so that no matter who is in office, they've got part of that their agenda that promotes and backs and supports what he's doing. Rest in power, Brother Neely Fuller, who after the Charlottesville white supremacist riots, he was the one who told us that he was adding a new rule. And I was the person who amplified that to everyone. When I heard Neely Fuller say it, I said that everybody's got to know about this because he's right. He said the new rule, after he saw Charlottesville, he said the new rule I want to add here is that white supremacy always takes both sides of the argument. They got you thinking that they're only standing on one side, when in reality, they've positioned themselves so that they benefit no matter which side of the argument is promoted. Elon Musk, if you want to get rid of all the illegals, Elon is for it. If you want to bring in illegals, Elon is for it. If you want to raise taxes, Elon is for it. If you want to lower taxes, Elon is for it. He's got a strategy or a lane that he is willing to support where that's concerned. He's all for you raising taxes so long as he gets to decide and control how you raise them. So he's willing to take both sides of the argument. And that's the system that you are in. So you see who is controlling and running things. Joe Biden, white supremacist archfiend, who was moving not behind the scenes, but in front of the scenes when he came into office in 2020 and told black folk we need to be getting behind Latinos. What he meant was that he was going to put us behind Latinos, is what he meant. No, we haven't forgotten anything. First order of business for him was what we're going to do for Asians, what we're going to do for LGBT, what we're going to do for illegal aliens. Every move, every step, every disastrous footfall that he made was targeting us, specifically targeting us. So I've never been one to dance on nobody's grave. But what I will say, Joe Biden, is that you had decades to redeem yourself and you declined every opportunity. You came into this world the villain. You did everything you could to become the chief villain, so I am not going to pretend that you are something other than what you are. Not going to do that. You have had every opportunity to redeem yourself and become a decent human being, and you passed on every chance. So as far as I am concerned, no loss. You can't show us anything constructive that happened here, not anything constructive that was worth the damage you've done. Now I need you all to understand something else, that this is not accidental. This is the part that you need to accept and embrace. This is not accidental. Joe Biden has known that he was ill for a while, people, and I've taught you this about white supremacy. In white supremacist society, see, understand, we talked about this last night, they are disciplined, they are on code. If they gonna go out, they gonna try to take as many of us with them as they can. When they get old, they don't back off white supremacy and become more introspective and talk about kumbaya and peace in this life. When they get old, they try to take as many of us with them as they can. Oh, well, if my number's coming up, I'm going out. Let me take as many of these niggas with me. Let me take as many niggas with me as I can get. And then you see them making the policies and every damn thing else. You see them acting outside of the law. So I want you to understand that, yeah, when you see them crashing out like this, I am submitting to you. Oh, he's known for a while. That's why he said, man, we got to get the niggas from day one. No, it cannot wait. We got to blast on them from day one. And yes, I believe that that's why Nancy Pelosi supported Joe Biden. Now, folks, by the way, folks, isn't this amazing? Can you imagine where we'd be today had Joe Biden gotten reelected? What? If Joe Biden had gotten reelected, do you think they would have disclosed that he's got cancer now? People, only 5 months, 6 months after the election, and they're telling you, oh, by the way, he got cancer. Do you think that they would have told us any of this if he had gotten reelected? Do you think we would have found out if he had gotten reelected? Do you think that Jon Stewart or Rachel Maddow or CNN or any of these other places would have investigated this and told you that that's what was going on? Please remember, nobody has said, they've talked about many issues with Joe Biden. Nobody has said a word or hinted a word about cancer until this weekend. This is the first time anybody has whispered that word in relation to him. So it's not like anybody had the heads up. So if he had gotten reelected, do you think that they would have informed us? Or would they have just kept going and kept rolling? No, they wouldn't have said anything. They would have all played stupid. They would have all played dumb. People, they would have done him. Understand something. There is precedent. There is precedent. I am telling you, they would have done him like they did the Pope. What? For a not so good Catholic like Joe Biden, I'm letting y'all know they would have done him like they did the Pope. For those of you who don't understand how it works, Pope Francis recently died, okay? Y'all saw they had to hold a vote for who was going to be the next pontiff, the next pope, okay? But do you remember Karawashtia, Pope John Paul II, the most famous pope of our lifetimes for certain? Remember? How many of you remember when Pope John Paul II died? Remember when he died? And remember, they, just like with Pope Francis, remember they said that he had been ill, remember? But there was ambiguity, there was confusion. Remember that nobody was really sure when he had died. We knew that he went in the hospital, and there were people saying, you know, the way y'all were talking, he was already dead. But remember, they never actually said when he died. They talked about him going in the hospital, and then it was like a week or two later, and they were talking about his condition had worsened, but people were already saying that he was already dead. And yet the Vatican kept saying that he was alive, and they didn't say anything until like a week or 2 weeks later. So there is precedent for this. If the Vatican can do it, Washington damn sure can. So they sat there with Pope John Paul II. He was already dead, and they didn't want the public to know he was dead. Even though everyone suspected, they simply wouldn't say anything. And I am telling you, in the case of Joe Biden, for all the people, y'all got to understand, if they knew that he was dead in there, we saw this with Joseph Stalin, by the way, for those of you who remember Joseph Stalin and what happened to him when he had his stroke. There are people who will profit greatly by pretending that man's still alive. If he did drop dead up in there, there's a bunch of other folk who they would benefit tremendously by pretending he was still alive. Tell all the rest of y'all, oh, don't worry, Joe is sleeping, Joe's on vacation, Joe is handling business. Don't worry about that. He'll be back here in a little bit. I'll take care of that for you. Bring your papers to me. I'll take care of that, and I'll take it to him. Because folk have been saying that that's what was happening for the last 4 years, remember? Damn! They were saying that he was using that machine to make his autographs, that other people were using that machine to make his autographs, to sign documents, but that it actually wasn't him because he wasn't actually reading anything. And even if he couldn't actually comprehend it or understand it. Also, people, one more thing. Do you notice what they're saying here? They're saying that Joe Biden, his prostate cancer spread to his bones. It's metastasized. People, if it's in your bones, that means it's in your bloodstream. What? If it's in your bones, that means it's in your bloodstream. I'm bringing that up to say, well, that also means it's going to be affecting your brain. How many different definitive factors affecting the man's cognitive abilities do we have to see before you realize there's absolutely, positively 0% chance that no one knew what was going on? And there's also 0% chance that he was in control of his faculties in the last 5 years. He was a wind-up doll who could be put out there to give a speech, but as far as the real heavy lifting and the in-depth work, he had a bunch of other folk. They were the ones sitting around doing that. People, this is why this is a problem. We didn't vote for any of those people. Even if you didn't vote for Joe Biden, nobody voted for Kamala Harris to be president. They didn't vote for the Jen Psaki to be president. They didn't vote for the White House Chief of Staff to be president. If the person who they voted for on the ballot is not the one running it, then they need to leave, because you other folk, we're part of his entourage. Get the hell out of here. This isn't a rap record label. Nobody voted for you, and yet you're running it. No one voted for you, and yet you're running it. That's the problem. And if Joe Biden had been less of a villain in his life, you could probably be a little bit more sympathetic, but he decided he was going to crash all the way out. So I am not going to pretend to be sympathetic to someone who embraced and glorified his villain role. I want us all to be very, very clear about something here. For the overwhelming majority of us, if we ended up in the White House, we would never have done any of these things, simply because they would be unjust. There's no way we would have done that, simply because it was unjust. We have people now who are deliberately asking for unjust governance and unjust people in authority, openly campaigning and openly demanding injustice. You see, when you allow Daniel Pantaleo and George Zimmerman to waltz and skate, when you sit here and give the thumbs up to letting Carolyn Bryant off the hook, please understand, there is no forgiveness for that. There is no forgiveness for that, period. I want you to understand what you all see when you look at Joe Biden. I want you to understand what you're actually seeing, what you're actually looking at. He has just enough of his mental faculties left to know that he's losing them. Can you imagine a worse fate? I need y'all to understand something here. Do you know how important your memory? Follow me here. Do you know how important your memories are? Your memories are the foundation of your identity. Your memories are not just a nifty add-on. Without your memory, you have no identity. You're not black. You're not a male. You're not a female. You're not a human being. If you do not have your memory, there's nothing else. Now, if I were going to afflict you with a disease, with an ailment, can you imagine something more tormenting than something that robs you of your memories and your ability to think? You got a body, but you don't have a brain. Now imagine that I add on top of that a physical ailment, you're old, and now we're going to throw on top of that a cellular ailment that's going to be aggravating all the rest of these. Have you thought about that for a few moments? It's not just one thing. Imagine being robbed of your memories. Somebody in the chat room said, Gene Hackman, now that we found out what the hell happened, his wife died first, and Gene, nobody said anything. Y'all, we didn't find out that Gene Hackman, had Alzheimer's, dementia. We didn't find it out until after the man was dead. Oh yeah, one more thing. What did Gene Hackman do first? Oh yeah, now I remember. Gene retired from acting. Somebody in the chat room, go got ahead of us. Some of y'all are connecting the dots. Now we're gonna slow walk it. Remember, Gene Hackman famously announced that he was retiring from acting. One of the greatest actors of the 20th century, if not in history. And out of nowhere, yeah, I'm done acting. I'm through acting. We're through. But dude, you're still knocking it out the park. Yeah. We're done acting. Then you find out, oh, by the way, he had dementia. Bruce Willis. They said that Bruce Willis, remember, the articles kept saying that Bruce Willis had aphasia. Bruce Willis had aphasia. They kept saying the words aphasia. People, these damn bastards at these corporate media outlets and these internet media outlets, people, aphasia is really a symptom. It's a side symptom of a stroke. Aphasia is a complication from having a stroke. You don't just, quote, get aphasia. I mean, I suppose it's physically possible, but aphasia is a complication of having a stroke. The media knew Bruce Willis had a stroke, but the headlines never said the word stroke. They said that he's retiring from acting because he's having issues with aphasia. Why didn't the headline say Bruce Willis had a stroke? Notice that they did not break their code of omerta. They didn't break their code of omerta. Bruce Willis just announces that he's done with acting, and then they say he's having issues with aphasia, and all the articles I read just kept saying aphasia. It was somebody else who had to tell me, Jason, aphasia is a complication from a stroke. Aphasia is not just a diagnosis, that's a complication of a stroke. Now, you remember with Jamie Foxx, he didn't get quite the same treatment. The media came out with their suspicions. Jamie Foxx probably had a stroke, right? He's in the hospital. He probably had a stroke, right? They didn't give him the Bruce Willis treatment. They came out, he was trying to keep it under wraps. The media came out from the beginning. Oh, he's had a stroke, right? I mean, we're looking at it, but he must have had a stroke, man. He must have had a stroke. His family's covering up his stroke. He was in the hospital. It looks like he had a stroke. His family's trying to cover up the stroke. But with these white politicians and these white entertainers, no, they'll say everything except what the hell's going on with them, and they will all be on code and lockstep. They will all be on code and lockstep in line with each other. Now, we knew about Michael J. Fox's Parkinson's. He announced that. With these other folk, they come down with illnesses, they retire, and the media doesn't say a word. They know what happened, but the media gets on code. The media gets on code. And where Joe Biden is concerned, and the political powers, please understand. This is what they own. They've always done this, man. They cover these things up. Now, if it's you, I ain't covering up nothing. Now, these people sat there knowing something was wrong all this time. They sent him up there because his job was not to survive. His job was just to win. And here's the other thing. Joe Biden is an empty suit and Kamala Harris is an empty pantsuit. What? You think Kamala Harris is going to run anything? They grabbed the biracial bimbo from San Bernardino and sent her to the White House with Joe Biden. So you've got two puppets you can completely control. Joe Biden doesn't know where he is, and Kamala Harris doesn't have any clout to be able to fight against you. So all she can really do is just roll with the program. That's all she can really do. Don't you all see they chose that whole administration? And Joe Biden's job was to step down so that they could ostensibly put Kamala Harris in his place. Namkey, what have I said wrong? What did I say wrong? Tell me where the lie is. So, folks, when you talk about torment, when you talk about having the plagues visited upon you, it's one thing to have one serious ailment. It's another thing to have a string of them. As you're getting older, I mean, it's one thing when you're young and more vibrant. You're in your 80s now. I mean, you're completely helpless and defenseless against it now. You can have the best doctors in the world. Now what? The other problem is that you have death cults. You have governments that are run by death cults out here. They're not trying to save anybody, not even themselves. You have governments run by nihilistic death cults. All they really want to do is have their sexual jollies with you before they leave this world. But you've got nihilistic death cults running everything. In the case of Joe Biden, he is just their latest pawn. They already have whoever in the hell else they want to put in line after him. Jason, he's not in the White House. He's not running the Democrat Party either. Don't worry, they'll prop up another one. They already even know who it's going to be. They already know who they're going to get. We haven't figured out who it is yet. Could be Gavin Newsom, could be Josh Shapiro, but we don't know because we're not the ones who are going to make that decision. We're not the ones who are going to decide that. The people who are going to decide it, they already have a good idea who they're going to select. And we'll find out who it is. We'll find out who it is. However, you might disagree. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and open up the link to the Zoom. In the chat room here, you can give us a call tonight. If I have any nurses in the house, if I have any nurses or any MDs, that's fine too. If I have any licensed nurses or licensed MDs in the house tonight, you are welcome to join us on Zoom. I won't put you on camera, but you are welcome to join us on Zoom. If I have said something that is wrong, if I have said something that is incorrect, if I have said something that is inaccurate, if I'm misleading people, by all means, make sure you give us a call up and you can let us know what your thoughts are on this. We definitely look forward to hearing from you. I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed towards tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to my man, Mr. Richburg. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. To Keandra in the Super Chat. Thank you very much. Derek Johnson, Willis Addison. Thank you very much for your support here as well. We appreciate that. And shout out here to Keenan. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, we'll talk about this and more. Might even take some calls from you here. This is the Blacc Channel. When you visit MrBeTheTeacher.com, you can get a copy of his award-winning book, Guidelines for the Successful Student,
While you're there, grab one of his newest tunes along with fun and educational lyric videos.
Never give up, don't worry, never give up, study. In order to 2 times 1 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4, 2 times 3 is 6. Now swap names, he, she, they, and we. Simplify the syntax. Divide as the following guide. Money multiplies and shares of what they buy.
You can also acquire his tutoring services via varsitytutors.com or tutor.com. If you wish to speak to Steve Burgess directly, you can do so through MrBTheTeacher.com.
The Honey Badger and the Mongoose is a children's story for the family of how a honey badger and mongoose fight an evil alliance of venomous cobra snakes and hyenas that overhauls the balance of the savannah. The Big Five. The honey badger demands reparations. Will the Big Five give the honey badger reparations? Can the evil alliance of cobras and hyenas be stopped? The best new price for the hard and soft cover is at www.thehoneyBadgerandthemongoose.com. You can also find this book at Amazon, Audible, and Kindle.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Blacc Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Blacc Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. And the Zoom is now open. If you want to go ahead and give us a call on that, we are discussing Joe Biden's diagnosis, stage 4 prostate cancer. How long have the Democrats known? I suggest to you all that they have known for years. They've known since the beginning. This is yet another American cover-up. That's all the American government does now. It's a criminal organization. All it engages in is cover-ups, scheming, wrongdoing, criminal activity. That's all they do now. That's it. You don't even have a shadow government anymore. You just have an underworld. That's all we have. We don't have a government anymore. You've just got an underworld. And every once in a while, they send out one of their representatives to pretend it's something other than the underworld that it is. But all you've got now is a governmental criminal underworld that engages in nonstop cover-ups, obfuscation, larceny, and that's all they do. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. We're going to see if we can get Blacc up here on Zoom. Let me see if we can get Blacc on Zoom. Okay, Blacc, what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, it looked like I was requested to tap in. I didn't have anything to add other than it really surprised me. I mean, not really surprised me, but before Biden ever got elected to office this time, everything was laid out who this guy was, and people were so afraid of the current president's personality that they just bypassed the fact that this man was the 3 strikes man, you know, who made cocaine, powder cocaine less of a charge than rock cocaine and all these things. And out of fear, people ran right to him. And it's just been total denial until he was out of office. what this man was about. I mean, the whole allowing the illegals in and everything. He may not have been, well, we know that the presidents are just speaker boxes, but he was definitely down with the program.
Oh, no, I mean, look, when Joe Biden did have his faculties, there was one thing that was for certain. He was targeting us. Across the years, across the decades, that is the only completely consistent thing about him from the 1960s to today. He was always targeting us. So that's not senility, that's not dementia, that's not losing your marbles. No, that part right there is the real thing. That right there, that's the actual genuine argument.
Right, because everybody gets old at some point, but it had to be mighty embarrassing for the Black caucus to have to chase him down just for him to tell him, well, you're going to have to get used to the Hispanics because they're going to be the majority. How do you know that, Joe? Because I'm going to open the borders and stuff. They ain't the majority now, but you just wait and see.
Yeah, brother, that's very interesting you said that. Yeah, because that's the part we weren't told. We didn't know that was getting ready to come. It's like, oh, they're going to be the majority because I'm about to open that border up. That's the part we didn't know was coming. It's like, oh, no wonder he's not giving a prediction. He's giving us an announcement.
Mm-hmm. And they had to backfill for all those dying white numbers. But the thing is, the current president could get hundreds of thousands of them out, but they let millions in, and they don't want them all out because they have to backfill for the dying white numbers. That's why they went and got white Afghans, white Latinos, Arabs were sneaking in through the south of the border, everybody of a lighter hue that they could possibly find. And now the South Africans, they need the numbers, because when you listen to Professor Black Truth's Friday Crime Report, there's a lot of white on white murders happening in the heart of America that's not talked about, and this is every month now.
Now, for anybody who may have some sort of trepidation towards what the brother just said, especially where the Mexicans are concerned, I want to remind you of something. I've been doing this now going on 2 decades. Let me remind you all, whether it's Jessica Alba, Martin Sheen, or would you say Estevez, and his sons, not Emilio, not Carlos, not the Chavo. When they start choosing who they're going to marry, they're going to grab the first white person they can. Now you have someone who might stay 10 toes down, but they've been pretty dependable to start tracking white. And by the time you get to the grandkids, they're going to be indistinguishable from the Caucasians. That has been the track record. That's been the history. That has been consistent. That's what they do in Mexico, and that's what they do here.
Look what J-Lo did. Went and grabbed so less attractive Mark Anthony just to keep her, straighten out her reputation after Puff.
Yeah, she did that, but then take a look at what she scrambled for. So she's letting you. It was very obvious what that was. And what I'm saying is that for people who doubt that kind of thing, yeah, the white population can accept that because they're looking that there's only certain groups that genetically they have less of a time with that having overcoming dominant genes. There's a certain groups that they have listen. With us, it don't work. But with Asians, Latinos, Arabs, the white genes will make it do what they do. It'll make it do what it do, and if nothing else, by the time you get 2 generations down, you've got somebody who is ambiguously white at worst and is indistinguishable from Caucasian at best. That's what you end up with. So you'll have a Dean Cain. I'm not going to go down the damn list, but y'all know all the names. You're going to have a Dean Cain, a Daisy Fuentes, that if she didn't have that last name, would you know that that's a Latina? Jessica Alba, if you didn't have the paperwork, and if she called herself Jessica Jones, no pun intended, would you know that that's a Latina? Raquel Welch, she didn't let the world know she was a Latina until after she retired from acting. But Raquel Welch lived as a white woman in Hollywood. She lived and presented herself as a white woman in Hollywood and literally did not disclose that she was Latina until she was elderly. But for everybody who remembers her back in the 60s or whenever, oh, she's this little firecracker, that was a Latina who was living and passing as a white woman because she could. Because she could. And what she found was that they're not going to ask too many questions. They're not going to ask you questions, and this is what they want. As long as you can pass for white and you're not going to overturn the system, you're in. You're in. And that's exactly what you're going to see happen. So that when he talks about backfilling the buffer classes, y'all, there's a reason why they choose those. Yeah. When you take a look at the Tim Pool's, what? Now, I don't know who Tim Pool's wife is, but I will say if his wife is white, well, that's it. There go the Asian genes. He got a little bit of them in him, but you got to squint to look at him and see the Asian. But if Tim Pool's wife is white, yeah, there goes the Asian thing. That's gone. Say goodbye to that. The white population is willing to do breeding out over the course of, okay, the kids and grandkids, they're willing to do that? Okay. We're too problematic for that. That doesn't work over here. With these rest of these folk, yeah, bring them on over here. We can breed them out. We can whiten them up. So for anybody who might have had some hesitation out there, that wonder, can that really work? It's already working. Go to India. Go to Mexico. Go to Brazil. Talking about largest black population outside of Africa. Who the hell running it? Go to Colombia. You want to talk about your Colombian booty models and whatnot? They never stopped with the plastic surgery. Oh, yeah, because if they didn't tell you they were Latinas, if they called themselves, Michelle Williams, would you know? If she told you, no, I'm white, I'm Caucasian, I'm German. No, I'm not Latina, I'm German.
Man, it's a big campaign of desperation. Anytime you got someone that makes a movie called The Gods of Egypt and there's not a black person in the whole entire movie, that lets you know just how desperate and unreasonable, and how fearful somebody is. We don't get anything, black people, because when you make Black Wall Streets without any financial backing, with all the laws set against you just because they left you alone, that means they can't leave you alone. Neither can they love you, because if they get close to you and you bust a nut and they're gone, then they can't love you either. Not unless they really are going to just let love abide. And we can see now we're too far down the line where they say the devil cannot turn back now. He's done so much. And so yeah, we ride this out. We're going to be here in some form, come hell or high water. Black love.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, folks, I mean, for the Joe Bidens, there's a reason why they operate like that, because they are in full-blown race war mode, and they figure, well, we can bring the Mexicans over and we can lighten them up over the course of 30, 40 years. We'll take them to the schools. They have to learn English, so we ain't worried about Spanish. They'll have to learn English, not worry about Spanish. They're gonna have to do commerce in dollars, so we're not worried about the peso. Not worried about bricks neither. And within 30, 40 years, those grandkids are going to be white. Even if they're not genetically white, they will be phenotypically and socially white. Even if they are not genetically Caucasian, they will be as far as their looks and how they socialize. In other words, they'll be white enough. They'll be white enough. And as long as they support white supremacy, 2 thumbs up. We'll roll with them. And you might have a couple of malcontents in there somewhere. You're always going to have an Emilio Estevez who don't want to just roll with the program. But other than that, we'll buck break the rest of them. All right, let's get back over here on Zoom. We got Superpower Media here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, what's up, Jason? Yeah, everything you said is dead on correct, man. I mean, now we got to see that we realizing they was going to crash the whole thing anyway. They was going to let this guy just be the president. And now we got to wonder who was going to be the puppet master, or who is the puppet master. that was going to be running things. So who was running things during the whole administration of Biden? And is it the same puppet master that's running it now with Donald Trump in office? Because I mean, is it the corporations that are running things? Is it the rich guys? I'm pretty sure that's who's running everything. They just putting people in position as token heads at this point and saying, hey, we just need a face. The Democrats and the Republicans has already been compromised. This thing is way out of control, and Black people, as we see now that we're under attack on a daily basis as Black people. So we really need to tool up, keep ourselves focused, and make sure we stay on top of things, because they're coming at us at every angle, Jason.
Well, you speak true, and you said they're coming at us at every angle. So let me go ahead and extrapolate this out even further now that you brought it up. All right, Jason, what happens next? Folks, what happens next is entertainment. What? This was too blatant. Go take a look at CNN stuff on Twitter right now. Everybody's talking the way I'm talking right now. How long has this been going on? Who's been really running things? Thousands of comments. Thousands. This is going to be the talk of the media tomorrow morning. Everywhere. Fox News, everybody going to be talking about this. Online, where the action really is, everyone is going to be talking about who was really running this thing the whole time. Asking uncomfortable questions. So they're going to have to get the society to stop talking about it. They're going to have to get you to, quote, move on. Although that's a difficult thing to do. So I'm predicting more hit movies, some video game. I wouldn't be surprised if GTA 6 drop early. Something to get your mind off of this, something to distract you with, something to cloudy the issue with here, something to, misdirect you with. So I am predicting something entertaining is going to happen. Now, they already had a clinic get blown up and a boat hit the Brooklyn Bridge. So I don't know if Biden was steering the boat. What? Folks, I don't know if Biden was steering the boat. There was a shooting in the gym in Las Vegas. Y'all, it's been a crazy weekend. It has been a wild weekend. Fella shot up the gym in Las Vegas. There's video. He runs out the front door. The police gun him down. I mean, this has been a crazy weekend. It really has. So we got planes acting up. We got boats hitting the Brooklyn Bridge. We got bombs going off at fertility clinics. And then in the middle of all this, Biden said, by the way, I got cancer. I'm like, okay, next up, aliens landing. That I'm telling y'all, if I was a betting man, if the puppet masters are doing what they do, you're going to have to distract people. So maybe they're going to kick up a war somewhere. Maybe we're going to drop some bombs somewhere to get people's attention off of, by the way, who the hell's running this thing again? Oh, wait a minute, bombs going off. Who the hell, Iran? We're going to invade Iran? Really? Things like that. So be looking, if they're going to do it, be looking for something next week, because you don't want to leave folk just talking about this. You really don't want to do that. Now it's just too blatant, brother. It's too blatant. It's too open. You can't hide it. It's in the open. You can't call it a conspiracy theory anymore.
Which listen, you said it yesterday that you had Donald Trump campaigning for Boeing. Now he's supposed to be the president of the United States, but he's campaigning for a company. So
it's like, are you on the payroll? I mean, what are you a salesman?
Reverend Rice said the chickens have to come home to roost. That's way long gone at this point. This is insane, man. No, but you got a president campaigning for Boeing?
We have gone beyond presidents just being spokesmen for companies to a president going over there and making the deal for a company. You're a damn employee now. I'm telling you, you want to know who runs this damn thing. Brother, you and me can't get our local city council person to answer the damn phone, and Boeing called up Trump. Yeah, get over there to the Middle East and come sell some of these planes for us right quick. Don't bring your ass. No, you go. No, not a phone call. We're not going. You going. Brother, do you understand the signal that sends to people? Do you understand the signal that sends to China, to Airbus, to any other company? It's like Boeing runs your government. Boeing runs it. Yeah, don't worry about them planes that fell out the sky and all the doors coming off and the white men who run the company there. And then you talk about DEI. Well, okay, though, who made the decisions again? Don't worry about any of that. Don't let reality jump in your way. Don't let that get there. No, just send the president over there and he will make all the deals. Now, if you and me did that, oh man, are you kidding me? If you and me tried that, we'd be in Kwame Kilpatrick's position. They would say it's bribery. They would have been come and got us. We wouldn't be talking about it. They would have been come and got us. So this is who runs this damn thing. There are folk out there who don't understand, man. Do you realize when we talk about they can kill folk? Do you see what the hell I'm talking about? This is how serious and how big it is. If, brother, $200 billion, if your ass is bad for business, you're going to come up missing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, Boeing whistleblowers. Oh, I'm sorry. We had literally 2 Boeing whistleblowers die within 6 months. They're supposed to go testify against Boeing at trial. Neither one of them made it. Now you think about the folks, Jeffrey Epstein, the Boeing whistleblowers. And one of Epstein's victims, she just, quote, committed suicide, end quote. Cash Patel sitting there in front of the Senate telling Senator John Kennedy, Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide, hung himself. Really? People, they are literally doing this in front of you. This is what I'm saying. Don't come out here about this. If you want to know why it is that we have a hard time getting folks to get in line, brother, it's because they understand this. They understand that that's what you're really up against. You are up against people who will kill you if you get in the way. And here's the thing, brother, we don't even know who it is. I can say Boeing, but I don't actually know who. It's just Boeing. Right. Well, okay, do we go arrest all the assembly line workers? Who is Boeing? Arrest the CEO? I mean, it probably was him, but I'm not sure it was him. But how could it happen without knowing? Brother, when you got 2, if you and me had 2 people, if 2 of the witnesses in the Diddy trial came up dead, brother, if 2 of the witnesses on Diddy's trial came up dead, it wouldn't be no discussion. The judge just go ahead and swing the hammer, life sentence. Wouldn't be no discussion. Boeing has 2 whistleblowers show up dead. Oh well, sell some yogurt. Oh look, commercial for Irish Spring.
I mean, we literally dealing with an invisible government at this point. Like, you know, when the Iraq War was going on, they had all those black sites, and nobody knew where everybody was coming up missing at. I think that's when it all started. We're dealing with invisible.
It started way before then.
And
Sorry, way before. Remember, Eisenhower, on his way out of the office, warned us about the military-industrial complex. He was saying it then. It was something that most people didn't even think about. Military-industrial complex. What the hell does that even mean? He was warning you then. Hey, like these wars we keep getting into, this is a president, but he had been a general. And he's letting you know, hey, y'all, these wars are really business. Yeah. I know, 6 million dead Jews. I get it, but hey, I was the Allied commander. It's a business, y'all. War's a racket. Now, I've done my best to try to claw that thing backwards, but dude, they are so far in this thing. They are so far in it. Think about this for a minute, brother, and you already know this, but let me remind you all. Okay, well, Jason, shut down the military-industrial complex. I wish I could say it was quite that easy. You have to have a military. Yeah, but you don't need the bad parts of it. How do we define that? Boeing makes airliners for citizens the same way they make bombers for the military. Lockheed Martin makes stuff that goes in all of your aircraft, just like they do in weapon systems. Northrop Grumman, same thing. So we're talking about military aircraft, also have civilian uses, civilian applications. Goes deeper than that. Who makes your jet engines? General Electric. You mean the light bulb? You mean the light bulb people? Yeah, them. They do a lot more than light bulbs. They also make nuclear reactors. How do we unwind them? How do we unwind this? How do we get their tentacles out of this thing? Because, okay, you get rid of the planes. They got the nuclear power plants. Hey, you want us to go over there in the Middle East? You don't want them messing up the uranium, do you? Okay, well, we're your go-to people. We've already got our security clearances. We're your go-through people. Brother, that's what I'm saying. Even if we want to get their tentacles out of things, but it's like having somebody, it's like having a ball of hair. It's like having a ball of hair and trying to untwist it from a knot. That's literally what we got. Now, interject into that the people you don't see, the lobbyists, the consultants.
Yeah.
You were talking about who you were talking about was David Addington and John Yoo. Now we can go into Paul Wolfowitz, and Louis Libby. You can go on those kind of things in Project for a New American Century. But folk like David Addington, him and John Yoo, who wrote the memos for Extraordinary Rendition, for waterboarding and torturing people. That's the folk who were not elected and are telling you this, and this is what the law will be. They were not elected, but telling you that this is what's going to happen. And they were not elected. Oh, yeah, another crash dummy, Dick Cheney. Y'all, you better watch out for these damn one-term people. Watch out for these damn one-term people. These people who are coming in the office and telling you, yeah, I don't have any political aspirations. I just want to be here next to the guy who got elected. Or if I do get elected, I only want to be here for 4 years. If they only want to be there, what the hell can you get done in 4 years? The only thing you can do in 4 years is a lot of damage. You can't do very much constructive in 4 years, but you can wreck shop in 4 years. You can damage things very quickly. Building things takes time. Messing stuff up, you can do that very quickly. So when you got somebody like Dick Cheney who outright said, yeah, I'm not here to run for president. No, I'm vice president, that's all. That was your warning right there. Oh, hell, here it goes. The rule book just went out the damn window. He don't give a damn about nothing. Here comes Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, I'm only here for one term. Oh, hell, here it comes again. Here it comes again. I'll let you have the last one.
Well, you remember you changed shot his own firm. I mean, that was an accident. And that guy said he asked him would he ever go hunting with him again. He said, hell no. So he knew what the deal was. And, just like I tell black folks, keep your boots on the ground, man. Be one. We all stay, man. We don't know who's running this thing.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I mean, there's the problem, folks. We don't know. We got suspicions. We can say names. We can point fingers. Problem, we can't prove anything. We know somebody else is running it. We can't prove somebody else is running it. Joe Biden will sit there in front of national television, stumbling over every other word and tell you, I'm running the Boston Marathon. No, you're running the White House, sir. Yes, I'm running the White House. This is where we are today, people. Forget Alex Jones and the conspiracy theory talk of the 90s from white supremacists like him who backed the government at the first opportunity. I ain't never been that dude, but I'm letting y'all know, yeah, it's going down, man. We have no idea who's running this. We know it ain't the people we're looking at. We know it's not them, but we don't know who is. We don't know who is. Think about this for a few moments. I want you to understand something. 9/11. Remember, the last airplane, the one that went down in Philadelphia, they suspected that one was going to go towards the Capitol building. Now, you never have all the members of Congress in the Capitol building at any one time. By law, they don't do that. For security purposes and other things, they don't have all the representatives and senators. They're never all in the Capitol building at the same time, to prevent decapitation of the government or whatever. So they're never all there at the same time. However, in the fictional scenario, if they were, do you understand that based on what we're seeing here right now, you could literally remove Congress and the Senate, and the folk who are really running this, things would go on business as usual. We're not on our way to that. We're there now. You could take out Congress and the Senate, and the folk who really run this thing, wouldn't miss a beat. They would not miss a beat. You literally wouldn't even notice. You wouldn't notice they were gone. The same decisions would keep getting made. People, you got U.S. Congress people talking about, we don't know why this bill got pulled. We don't know why this bill got buried. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is bringing up bills and stuff, and people are bringing up things for Israel, and other stuff is getting shelved. We don't know why this is happening. These are sitting representatives talking about, I don't know why they're doing this. Why is the Speaker of the House doing this? Why is Mike Johnson doing that? But that's not the right question. The right question is who's giving him his marching orders. He's supposed to be taking his marching orders from the citizens of Louisiana, but obviously he's not getting his orders from them. He's getting instructions from somebody else. Now I want to take it even further, people. Now, here's the part right here where if you want to talk about conspiracies, here's that conspiracy part right here. Hey, Joe. Yeah. We've made a decision. You can go ahead and run for president. Yay, me, run for president. Don't worry, you'll be happy. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Oh, trust me, you will let us down, but want to let you know about something here right quick, Joe. Before you get too giddy, before you get too happy, and before you forget who put you here. You better remember to toe the line. You better remember to carry the water. And don't even think about throwing us a curveball. Don't even think about it. Because you still have another son out here. What? You still have another son. And you still have grandchildren, even if you don't want to claim them. But remember, you still have another son. You still got a son. You still got a wife. You still got grandchildren. So my suggestion to you is that once you get in that White House, you better not forget what the real game plan is. Because if you do, Kennedy ain't the only one can leave in a pine box. Just in case you decide to get off script. Folks, do you also doubt that Donald Trump had a similar conversation? Please remember, for those of you who are in the military, being 100 feet, 200 feet away, there's no way in the hell you would have missed that shot. An experienced military marksman, much less a military sniper, there's no way that even a routine, run-of-the-mill military sniper would have missed that shot on Donald Trump. They wouldn't have missed it. They wouldn't have missed it. Now, I'm going to submit to you all that the shooter there in Pennsylvania who almost killed Trump, what if that wasn't accidental? What? No, folks. I mean everything. What if the whole thing wasn't accidental? You see, how you get the public to stop asking questions and to stop digging is you tie up everything in a nice, neat little bow. That you kill somebody and then you kill the killers, and then that stops people from asking questions. Because everybody says, well, we know who killed him, and the killer, we killed him, so we have confirmed who it was who killed him, and we confirmed we got him, so there's no question who it was. Yeah, some of you are already putting it together. Not Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby, who was part of Jewish mafia got mobbed up with, who are always walking lockstep with the Italian mafia. Carlos Marcello down there in New Orleans. And in Kennedy's case, yeah, you got to go. In Trump's case, I wouldn't be surprised if they send him the letter. Now, you know, we almost got you in Florida, and we really could have got you in Pennsylvania. So please understand, anytime we want to get you, you's got. So here's the steps you gonna take, and this gonna be the game plan. And you gonna run the play exactly the way we said to run the play. And even if you are not concerned about yourself, you have sons, you have daughters, you have grandchildren. Your wife has family. It'd be a shame if anything happened to them. Now, we sent our agent out there in Philadelphia to give you a warning shot. That was just a warning shot to let you know we can get you anytime we want to get you. Nobody's going to ask any questions because just like Jack Ruby, people, y'all, this has happened lots of times, people. Sirhan, Jack Ruby, the guys who killed Malcolm X, James Earl Ray, Lee Harvey Oswald kills Kennedy, Jack Ruby kills Lee Harvey Oswald, tied up in a nice, neat little bow. Oh, yeah, and get rid of those Kennedy files. Don't let nobody take a look at them. They've been tying up murders in nice, neat little bows now for decades because you've always told yourself that the killer would want to survive. The killer is not going to just go out there and get himself killed too. So if they do send somebody to do the killing, he's going to want to survive. I can show y'all. It's Joe Colombo, the mafia boss Joe Colombo. One of his rivals, Joe Gallo, I believe it was, sent a black man to assassinate a white Italian mobster. And they killed him right there on the spot. Now, that was a suicide mission. That was a suicide run. There was no way in the hell that that fellow was going to make it out of... They were at one of the Italian Civil Rights League's protests out there. It was hundreds of mafiosos. There was 0% chance he was going to make it out of there alive. And yet he agreed to go. And we still don't know how they convinced him to do it. But we know it was a suicide run. You all think that they're not still doing that today. They got operatives who make suicide runs to send somebody a message. MK Ultra, anyone? Okay, if COINTELPRO is still active under another name, then why wouldn't MK Ultra still be active under another name? Activate the operative. Send him out there. He's don't halfway know what he's doing. It's always some loner, some drifter, some mentally oh, he was good in high school. Then we don't know what happened. He took in with a bad crowd and we never heard from him after that. Folk, we've been hearing that for decades. Charles Manson, Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and a bunch of others who went out and became serial killers. What were they training them to do? To kill without morals and without conscience, and without any concern about what would happen to you after it. Your job is to be a killer who doesn't care about anything, not even yourself. So that when you go get the job done, now first you take out our target, and then next you're going to get taken out. So if anybody asks any questions, well, we got the assailant. We know who it was. Hey, man, he just flipped the hell out, man. He just flipped the hell out. So you're sitting there in that White House They're telling you, it's like, dude, we're everywhere, including the Secret Service. We're everywhere. You want to hire a new Secret Service? Go right ahead. We'll be waiting there too. If y'all thought that it goes that deep, yeah, you can hire a new Secret Service. Whoever your recruits are, we'll be there. We'll be there when you get there. Hell, you can go hire your friends if you want to, Mr. President. Why don't you go make some of your son's friends and ex-military people? Yeah, because we all know a bunch of ex-military Navy SEALs. Of course, all of them are trustworthy. There's no chance that any of them could be sleeper agents that we put there. Could there be? There's no chance that they've buddied up to your son. There's no chance that our agents have buddied up to your son, and that even if you got rid of the Secret Service and your son handpicked them from his military friends, that one of those people is not one of our people. That one of your people is actually one of our people. And you'll just be gone. We already pulled one president out of office after a debate. We sent a bullet across your damn ear to let you know we ain't effing around. If you want to push the issue, you can have family members come up missing too. They just went out for a jog and never came back. And there will be no cameras, just like we didn't have any cameras for Epstein. Oh, there's cameras all over the place. Yeah, there won't be when we get done. Yeah, your grandchild, your daughter went out for a jog, never came back, and not a camera nowhere. They found her cell phone in the park. Last time y'all seen her, that's the last time you seen her. Get all the video cameras. That's not going to help you. Ask Epstein if that helped him. When we came for him, ask him if that helped out. People, what I'm saying is that if you get cornered in the Oval Office by them, and they let you know, it's like, yeah, sit down, Don. Yeah, you're kind of mouthy. I said, sit the hell down. Yeah, it was us. That's right, it was us. We were just sending you a message in Philadelphia and in Florida, just in case you think you're going to change anything. Just remember, we got a lot of ways of getting you out. We might shoot you. Then again, we can give you they got heart attack pins. Look that up, folk. The CIA made all manner of devilish, demonic things. Poisons that mimic heart attacks. Poisons that mimic aneurysms. Don't believe me. That diabolical gun that they made, I'm being vague for a reason. You can go down that rabbit hole if you want to. There was a gun that the CIA made. You can go look that one up for yourselves. They swore up and down that they developed it, but that they never made any others. It was just a prototype, never used any others, and then they got rid of all the files. Just like MK Ultra got rid of all the files. Oh, trust us. We didn't make it more than one. Trust us. They done did all kinds of things. Yes, they can give you they can, quote, give you cancer. What's up, Joe Biden? They can give you cancer. Yeah, folks. Now, imagine getting cornered in the Oval Office and them folks let you know, yeah, it was us. It sure was. And ain't nothing gonna change, dude. Nothing. So you can roll with it or you can get rolled out of here. But one way or another, you're rolling. And that's going to be it. What, you think you can count on J.D. Vance? Don't you know we gave him the same conversation? What? Oh, JD already knows. So does Nancy. So does Gavin. So does Kamala. So does Mike Johnson. So does everybody. Everybody knows who we are and what we can do. You go against the grain. You know what y'all usually say, the ballot box or the bullet? We go straight to the bullets. Yeah, we go straight there. We go straight there. I want y'all to think about that for a few moments, where somebody literally comes to you and says, yeah, I'm the one who killed those people. Yeah, it was me. Yeah. Well, actually not me, it was us. We did it. Yeah, we're right here. Yeah, we did it. And we're here to let you know that we're going to do the same thing to you if you get out of line. Who you going to call? Who are you going to call? Who gonna check us, bro? We run this thing. We'll have you dead before you get to the phone. You will be dead before you can pick up your phone. Oh yeah, and remember that super surveillance system that we now have in the United States that monitors everything? Yeah, if you talk to anybody, we'll know. Oh, we monitor you 24/7. You talk to anybody, we'll know. And we'll get rid of you and them. You'll all just be gone together. You know, like when we took out Kennedy's brother. Yeah, that kind of all of you. We'll get all of you. Don't think we will? Think that's too blatant? Do you realize how quickly the American people become desensitized to so-called shocking things? People, that was a world-changing, once-in-a-lifetime shocking event. We have never had a United States president sit up here and basically drop out of a race the way that Joe Biden did. That's never happened before. That's something that goes down the annals of history. They had you go ahead and log that in the back of your files on your way to go watch the latest episode of Real Housewives of Atlanta. They've already conditioned you to treat everything like entertainment, to emotionally absorb it like entertainment. So you see something that's startling, and then you go off looking for the next dopamine hit of something else startling. We have become a people impossible to shock for any real length of time. So no matter what they do today, it's just the latest wow, and then on to the next wow. So why wouldn't they feel emboldened? I submit to you, they're already there. As incredible as it might seem. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. We got Brother Elijah over here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind? Okay, he's trying to get Zimbabwe broadband connected. What's on your mind, Elijah?
Hey, B1 Big Brother Jason. Hey, I got a question. Listening to what you were saying tonight, I got a question. I call this what you call the hidden hand of the government. Has this been in play? I won't say all of the existence during the time of the founding fathers, but this probably had to be in place since the days of Abraham Lincoln, or am I wrong?
That is a good question. It is also a even more frightening one, because that goes way deep off in the paint. You are not the first person to say that or suggest it.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's a reason why people have always said, oh, they're suspicious of the Vatican or whatever, because you're talking governments controlling populations and people in the shadows controlling things. Man, that's as old as governments and nation states themselves. And it doesn't matter which one you go to, Asia, the Middle East, England. There's always the person on the throne is the figurehead. There's always somebody behind them. They said the power behind the throne. You're just the person who's public facing. There's always somebody behind them who's really the one pulling the strings, whether it's men.
Oh man, I don't know. Wait, too much TBA. Shout out to TBA though for breaking this news. So sleeping glitching Joe Biden got stage 4 prostate cancer. This is what took my grandfather out of this realm. It's prostate cancer. So yeah, get them screenings, my family. Those of us that are approaching our 40s and in their early to mid 40s, definitely get them screenings because the earlier they catch it, the quicker they can deal with it, and you can still live a long and prosperous life. Whereas if you wait till the last minute, like my grandfather did, or as Glitching Stupid just can go, Tim Crow Biden did this. Once it gets to stage 4, so it's just too late at that point. Alright, so I'll move on. This black fatigue shit. So this most time they got black fatigue, and they came up with the black fatigue shit that black people were tired of dealing with racism and white supremacy on a constant daily basis. So now this Karen, literally Karen, come out the woodwork talking about she's tired of black people. She got black fatigue. So they're trying to remix black fatigue like they did woke and other things that we have created over the years. So yeah, rest in power to my grandfather, George Parrish. Hopefully I'm able to see his tombstone here shortly. Just in time for Memorial Day. Still very much missed though, man. Alright, so moving on, we got racists try to mock the reality of black fatigue. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is about a subject that Brother Tariq has already given an excellent commentary on recently, and one that I've been asked to toss in my 2 cents about. It's the phrase black fatigue, which is largely tracked back to a 2020 book entitled Black Fatigue, How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit. The book talks about how everything from open, blatant murders of black people to the day-to-day microaggressions are a nonstop burden that weighs down the existence of black people. And the book squarely puts the blame exactly where it belongs, on this racist white supremacist society. Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, why is it that a book that was published during the pandemic half a decade ago has suddenly found itself being talked about again? Well, actually, it's not the book itself. It's the phrase black fatigue, and apparently it's made it into the online troll sphere. You can tell when something has gotten under the skin of these white supremacists, because you had this term trending for about a day or so after some white woman on TikTok, who looks like the dictionary definition of a Karen, decided to post a video whining and complaining that she has black fatigue. Except she claimed that her definition of it meant that she's tired of black people. She pointed to what she called instances of black people misbehaving and claimed that's what she is so tired of, that everybody is so tired of. In fact, everybody's so tired of it, she's the only one saying anything about it. The way that she went on whining about nothing and claiming that this is her definition of black fatigue, I really think somebody needs to write a book now called White Fragility. Oh, wait. So obviously these white supremacists have got way too much free time on their hands. That's when you're part of a privileged group in the society. When you're entitled and privileged, you go ahead and have nothing but free time for nonsense. Now, one of the things she complained about was she claimed black people fighting in public, she says. Well, it's a good thing that people like her never do anything like that, because if they did, then we would have to ask if there's perhaps white fatigue that people are tired of. She says that there's black fatigue and that she suffers from it, so naturally the opposite should be true, right? But then again, nobody's ever written a book called White Fatigue, probably because you got the segment of the society that has been the most pampered, the most catered to for half a millennium, and that being the case, what would anyone who's white have to be fatigued about? But just for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say that white fatigue was a thing. What exactly would that look like? What would people be tired of seeing? Perhaps brawling in public spaces, that kind of thing? Because God knows black people are the only ones who do anything like that. And just to continue our hypothetical, when these kind of things happen, apparently they're so normal and expected that non-combatants don't even bother to get out of their seats. They barely seem to even notice it. It's just part of their day. People having their cameras out recording the violence instead of trying to stop it. I, for one, sure am tired of that, but this crackhead Karen isn't. She also alluded to fighting at the supermarkets. Well, if she's so tired of the occasional fight at a Walmart, what would she think about things like these white supremacists who carry out mass murders at supermarkets? Like the one at a Kroger's in Kentucky in 2018, where a white man, after having failed to carry out a mass shooting at a black church, went up the road to the local Kroger's and killed the first 2 black people that he saw. Or the Jacksonville mass murder that took place a couple of years ago, where a white man went to a Dollar General and killed 3 black citizens for no reason other than that they were black. Precisely the kind of violence fomented and encouraged by Ron DeSantis and Chris Rufo. This was a mass murder, not a fight. Or perhaps this woman is tired of the kind of supermarket violence like the mass murder that took place in Buffalo, where a white man gunned down 10 black shoppers merely for being black. Now, anyone with common sense would say that these incidents are far more serious and deserving of condemnation than the occasional fistfight in a supermarket, but apparently our 2-cent Karen was too tired to notice. I know everyone is tired of the nonstop parade of mass murders in America, except this woman doesn't seem to be. She can whine about a fracas in the frozen food section, but says absolutely nothing about mass murders happening at supermarkets nearly on a daily basis. Gee, I have to wonder why she has such selective outrage. And speaking of people not knowing how to act in public, imagine a heifer who looks like she hasn't worked a day in her life complaining that she's fatigued about something. She was forced to remove her video after the internet got on her case. I'm surprised she didn't try to open a GoFundMe or something afterwards. You just had a white woman who threw racial slurs at a black toddler, and she was claiming she was a victim because the public called her out on it, and she's been rewarded for her racism. If there was such a thing as white fatigue, would it perhaps take the form of all of these Karens who are constantly running around, accosting and attacking black children, threatening them, calling the police on them simply because they're black, making a general nuisance of themselves, and in many cases making a dangerous threat of themselves? Might it take that form, perhaps? And speaking of entitlement, remember Jenna Ryan? She was the January 6th rioter who stormed the Capitol, and then when people identified her and told her that she was going to wind up in prison, she went on Twitter and arrogantly boasted, "Definitely not going to jail. Sorry, I have blonde hair, white skin, and I'm not going to jail." So she claimed that she had immunity from law based on her skin color. Gee, aren't these the same white conservatives who are always complaining and whining that the law is never applied to black people, and yet black people are disproportionately incarcerated while white people are disproportionately ignored by police, given plea deals by prosecutors, and let off the hook by judges, like this Jenna Ryan was? That's where this kind of attitude comes from. She has racial immunity from law, and she knows it. She took part in an unprecedented attack on the nation and then went online to brag about it and said she wasn't going to prison because she's white. Thousands of insurrectionists taking part in a mass act of treason, and all of these clowns calling themselves patriots. That's certainly something that the country was tired of seeing example after example of, but apparently our discount ditzy broad, she didn't seem to notice. And that's not the only thing she has selective myopia about. The public has been forced to fly the unfriendly skies for the last several years, starting with the COVID mask mandates that led certain people to start acting out, in many cases violently, attacking flight attendants, attacking pilots, knocking out flight attendants' teeth, bloodying people's faces. The flight attendants and the pilots were certainly fatigued by all of this violence they were being subjected to. But it wasn't black passengers who were the ones carrying out all of this mile-high mayhem over face masks. The airports have been full and overflowing with passengers who have been storming the check-in desk, who have been brutalizing members of the airport staff, attacking police, and even members of their own families.
Police rushed to the gate after they were told Martin attacked his wife and a United Airlines agent.
Yo, pal, don't even come over here. You're gonna end up dead.
The officer tased Martin 2 times, but he's still standing until...
And there have been others who have literally engaged in crappy behavior.
Do I have a lawyer now? Do I have a lawyer now? Do I have a legal right to lawyer now? Then do I have a legal lawyer to hire now, or yes or no?
Herself? Yep, she did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I can spell.
That's probably your wife, the guy that her before.
Oh, and on a side note, I'm sure that more than a few of you have probably noticed a disproportionate number of these entitled professional victims come from the Dallas area. I'm pretty sure that's not an accident. So for the trash like this racist chump who posted this video and the other online clowns who think that they can use internet memes to get their way, Black fatigue's definition isn't going to change. I'll bet that she's some stinking cat lady, by the way, and she's bitter as hell that her house smells like litter boxes and meow mix. And if she does have a husband, assuming he hasn't divorced her, she's bitter that he's chasing some black woman around. That's what this is about. Or she's angry that some black man she's been lusting after has paid her no never mind. That's usually where these public displays of this kind of grotesque racism come from. It's somebody who's trying to get black people's attention because they failed to get black people's attention. We get the occasional lame attempt by these white supremacists to hijack this or that term to do their pathetic version of an Uno reverse and try to turn words that we created against us. This is what people like Chris Rufo and his millionaire donors at the Manhattan Institute have dedicated themselves to. This is what they think of as a political strategy. For these people, this is what passes for being clever. But as we've seen countless times, the only thing that's tired are their talking points.
Right. So, I mean, woke is sort of the idea that this is going to be one of those moments that goes viral.
With people like Tucker Carlson and others, there's been a direct pipeline between these online white supremacist groups and the white media itself, and that includes these social media websites. You didn't need to wait for Elon Musk to buy Twitter to see clear proof that these racists were in charge of websites like Facebook and, of course, YouTube. These white supremacists recognize that they lost the culture decades ago, and that's the reason why they've been engaging in all of these pathetic, in-your-face attempts to try to make people pay attention to them. As the old saying goes, if you can't do something good, at least do something right. Except they haven't been getting it right. Have they succeeded in redefining the urban lexicon yet? Have they redefined critical race theory yet? Have they gotten people to stop using the word woke yet, or to adopt their definition of it? Have they managed to redefine black fatigue as meaning anything other than black people being tired of racist people like this 2-bit Timu Karen? When you hear these anti-black racists mentioning black people, that's because they're obsessed with us. Yep. They think about us constantly. And you know what? If I was a pathetic, mentally deranged anti-black racist, I'd be obsessed with black people too. Anything would be better than having to think about my own sorry, worthless existence. But we all know what her real problem is. She's tired of black people continuing to remind pampered racists like herself of how evil she truly is. She's tired of having to look in the mirror and see the creep that she is instead of the bottle blonde bimbo she wishes she could see. She's bitter at the fact that she's held in such low regard, and what she knows is that black people point out all of this wretched anti-black racism and everybody thinks about her, and that's what makes her furious. Well, black people will stop calling out racists like her when we stop seeing them. But I'm sure I speak for all black people when I say that we're done tolerating any complaints from the likes of her. Yeah. From the open violence and daily occurrences of murder to the constant acts of prejudice, both petty and large, to the egregious attempts to make their immorality seem normal, to the constant denials of their racism and their endless attempts to try to change the subject, all the way down to their never-ending parade of racist incivility. The public's patience with these white supremacists has already been worn down to the nub. White supremacists like this woman have absolutely nothing to be fatigued about. Right. Black Americans, on the other hand, we are absolutely exhausted with the likes of her. Right. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Bo McLean, AAP, Rahman Muhammad, Brian Walton, and Jacques Hargett. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So I actually tried to think of a joke intro for this particular video, but the truth of the matter is the biggest joke are the white people who are preaching this black fatigue nonsense and the buck dancing buffoons who are parroting it.
Yeah. Like,
so if you are not aware, there's something out there that is being pushed on social media by white people called black fatigue, where basically they're saying they're tired of black people. And not just black people in particular, but they're tired of black people in that they're tired of us complaining. They're tired of us blaming white people for things. And, you know, they're just sick of it, basically. That's what they're saying out there. And once again, you got some of these black negroid buffoons parroting this nonsense. Some of your favorite black conservatives like Anton Daniels and Stephen Knight and others are out here basically regurgitating the same nonsense and replaying a lot of these white videos on their social media. So I wanted to talk about it and kind of give my 2 cents on this whole black fatigue thing, which is, you know, in my honest opinion, I think most of it is a psyop. But, you know, I want to give my opinions on it. We'll pretend that this is something that is actually coming from, you know, I guess some real feeling of frustration from white people. We'll pretend like that is the truth and that this is not something that is being programmed into them. And we'll talk about what this black fatigue is. So let me start off by saying this, and this is probably the most important part of this entire conversation. White people won this last election. White supremacy won during this last election. Now, truth be told, white supremacy wins every election, but I'm talking about complete, overt, racist white supremacy and bigoted white supremacy won during this last election of Donald Trump. White people have literally gotten everything that they asked for, everything that they could have ever wanted in a leader and a president and in someone that speaks to them and speaks to their wants and their needs. They got it with Donald Trump. And not only Donald Trump, but his cadre of criminals and his rogues gallery that he calls his cabinet. And they're literally doing everything that white people wanted them to do. They're quote unquote fixing the budget by firing a bunch of people. They're giving money to a lot of these corporate overlords who I guess, you know, white people wanted that because that's what they voted for. They're getting rid of a lot of these immigrants, and they're speaking up for the rights of white supremacy by, you know, getting rid of all this quote unquote DEI hiring and affirmative action and all this stuff, right? So once again, white people got everything they could have ever asked for in this last election. And still, they're not happy and they're mad at black people. So right then and there, this should show you who has the true victim mentality. When you literally get everything you asked for and still you have a problem, you're still complaining, you're still whining, and you still think someone is taking something away from you, this shows you that these are the people that have a victim mentality. They don't take responsibility for any of their actions or their failings in society.
Yep.
They actually don't care about fairness. You know, if they really cared about fairness and merit, they wouldn't be so bitchy right now because they're literally getting everything they could have ever wanted and asked for, but they're still upset with another group. And really, they're just nosy as hell, and they have shown that they are, every bad thing that they say about black people as a whole, as a community, that's projection. They're projecting their inadequacies and their feelings about themselves onto us. Because I gotta tell you, when I hear this whole nonsense that they're tired of black people or what black people are doing or what black people are saying. First and foremost, black people are not thinking about white folks at this point. All right. For the most part, black people are doing their own thing. They even a lot of the ridiculous buck dancing minstrels on the liberal side, they realize that their side lost, right? And they have just decided to coalesce amongst themselves for the most part. For the most part. Now, I understand there's still some of them that are programmed to be out there and buck dancing for whatever liberal cause that Democrats have told them to do, like whether it be immigration or whether it be LGBT or what have you, right? However, for the most part, most black people are just saying, you know what, this is what America is, this is what America wants. We're just going to be over here coalescing amongst ourselves and keeping ourselves going, right? And if there is any black people out there bringing up some of the issues that they have with white people, it is well deserved. It is well deserved. You literally just had a white man get off for choking a black man to death on a train. Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny got off for murdering a black man in broad daylight on the train and got away with murder, basically, right? And you have not only white people on social media, but you had the president of the United States and the vice president supporting this murder, right? And white people as a whole in the mainstream media supporting this murderer.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess black people are just supposed to be quiet and not say anything. And I think that is part of their quote unquote black fatigue, is that black people say anything other than, yes, sir, give me more ass whooping, they have a problem with that. Now, you also just had a situation where a white boy got into a fight with a black boy at a cross-country rally, and the black boy defended himself and wound up killing this white male. And for white people, that whole situation bothered them because they could not immediately lynch this young black man.
Yeah.
They could not just run to his house or run to the courthouse or the jail where he's being held, drag him out there and lynch him and burn him and castrate him and everything they used to do back in the day. They couldn't do that. So that's also part of their black frustration. And also the fact that black people had any resources, any money at all, to give to this young black male and his family after this boy was released. And the fact that there was a black female judge that gave this young man bail and bond so he could get out, that fucked with them.
Yeah.
That fucked with white people on a very subconscious level. The fact that they could not lynch this young black man, that's their black fatigue. Okay? So when this whole situation came up with the bigot bust down Becky, Shiloh Hendricks, and when, you know, she saw a black kid take something away from her child at the playground, or what she alleges anyway, right? And she called this little black child, a 5-year-old black child, the N-word. White people came out in droves to support this lady because they felt like she is the spearhead of what they all want to do. They all want the ability to be able to attack black people with no consequences. They want the ability to be able to cuss out black people and black kids and call black kids whatever they want in public, right? And, you know, you've had a lot of these, like these white influencers get online, like Tim Pool or whatever, and say that they don't like the fact that, I guess, black people can use the N-word or whatever, you know, that old nonsense, as if they gave up using the N-word. I hate that whole debate as to where they make it seem like black people are the only people on earth who use the N-word and don't get in trouble, as if white people stopped using it. Okay, I've still been called the N-word, and I grew up all through the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and everything else.
Yeah,
I've still been called that. So that word has not disappeared anywhere. Okay, but they have a problem with the fact that if they want to use that word, that they can get in trouble for it. And they don't like that because they felt like they invented the word. They invented it to degrade black people and to dehumanize black people. And the fact that there are black people out there that use the word and nothing bad happens to them, is they're not getting a negative effect from it. That fucks with them on a psychological and spiritual level. Okay? When you invent something to destroy someone and destroy their spirit and destroy their mind and make them think that they're subhuman and a monster, and those people are not being hurt by that, and not only that, these people are using that to their advantage, and you get hurt by this word, that fucks with them 100%. Okay, so like I said, that's their black fatigue. The fact that they feel that even though they got everything that they wanted, they're getting everything that they asked for, and they can basically do anything they want, they're still upset that black people are still getting a little bit, right? The fact that any black person can do anything or say anything and get a little bit over, that bothers them on a very subconscious level. And the reason it bothers them is because they realize fundamentally that this country was discovered on a racial hierarchy, and that this country is based on that, is based in that. Racism is just as much a part of this country as apple pie. In fact, it's more a part of America than apple pie. The foundation of America is racism. So that's why I never understand when people think they live in a, quote, post-racial era, or we're somehow going to get past it. If racism disappeared, America is going to disappear. America itself is going to crumble, because that is its base, is racism, and it's never going anywhere. So anyone trying to get rid of it or thinking that they're going to move past it or whatever is delusional at best. So now they got a bunch of white people out there claiming that they're just fatigued and tired of black people. And while I don't pretend to be a spokesperson for all Black America or to be a spokesperson for all black people or the black community, I will tell you that for the white people out there that feel like they're fatigued with black people, or you're tired of black people, I don't give a damn. I don't care if you're tired of us. Right. I don't give a shit if you're mad or you're upset or you feel you're being treated unfairly. Okay, that's what I had to say about that. We don't care that you're so butthurt and upset. Deal with it. Right. Okay. Black people have had to deal with being sad, being upset, and being disappointed in this country forever. Okay, and we've had to deal with it a lot longer and a lot more often than you do. Deal with it. That comes with being part of this great American experiment that you claim is so powerful and so amazing. And if your only disappointment is that you quote unquote feel some black fatigue, well, I don't know, go out there and go get some mimosas and go buy some khakis and live in white suburbia and be happy. Okay? It amazes me that you have a group of people and white people that literally don't even have to deal with black people. We still basically live in complete segregation, and there are white people that basically don't have to see or hear anything from black people. They can turn to a radio station, not hear a black person. They can watch a TV channel, not see a black person, and still they get upset with black people. You don't live around black people. You don't really interact with them on a daily basis, but you're upset with black people just because, right? And like I said, part of that is the psyop. And it's always interesting to me when, you have these people, especially conservatives, they always say that, hey, you black people are being manipulated to hate white people by these Democrats, these liberals. But at no point do you actually sit down and think that you're conservatives, that you're being manipulated by these conservatives and these Republicans to hate black people. That's basically what these fools do. And like I said, you have no interaction with black people for the most part. Even in poor white areas, you have no interaction with black people. There's still poor white sections in this country where there's no black people whatsoever. But your conservative and your Republican politicians, they use black people as a scapegoat for what's going on in your area. And they have you so hyper-focused on what's going on with black people that you automatically just point the finger at black people and say that there's something wrong with them, or, you know, I hate you or whatever, right? And it's so to the point where if all the black people in the world disappeared tomorrow, white people would have a complete meltdown about that. Because, you know, like I said, we could be doing our own thing and not bothering them, and they'll be outside the door knocking to see what we're doing, or peeking in the window to see what we're up to or what we're talking about, right? We could be completely away from them and completely segregated, and still they'll want to come over and see what are those black folks doing? What are those N-words doing over there, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like they still have a very unhealthy obsession with us, just as much as a lot of black people have an unhealthy obsession with white folks. And as far as a lot of these coons go, you know, like I said, Anton Daniels and Stephen Knight and some of these other black conservatives with their hats on, their MAGA hats and everything. Well, a lot of them don't wear the MAGA hat anymore because that's embarrassing. But you know what I mean? Like, a lot of these fools were Trump supporters and whatnot. But I've seen so many of them get on social media nowadays and say, well, yeah, I'm sick of black people too, right? Or you know, they're agreeing with a lot of these white people about the whole black fatigue thing. And it's sad. It's sad to see some of these Negroes basically just go ahead and regurgitate and parrot what they hear from their white mommy and white daddy, where these Negroes, I mean, that's all these Negroes do anyway, is just whatever is going on in white society, these Negroes want to be such a part of it that they'll even be a guard dog and a barking dog for their white master. It's like when I see white people in my area, when I see them walking their dog, and their dog will just start barking at another dog. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what it is with these Negroes. That's who Anton Daniels is. He's a barking dog for white supremacy. His white paymasters on Fox News or whatever think tank pays him, told him to get out there and preach this whole black fatigue nonsense. Okay? So of course he's going to go out there and do that if he wants a spot on the next, you know, Fox News airing, right? And of course you got, you know, once he did that, you have a lot of his, you know, little coonites who want to come out there and they want that spot that he has. They're going to go out there and they repeat the same type of nonsense for these white folks, where they make it seem as if they're just so tired of black folks, right? I'm surprised Anton Daniels has not done another video with Charleston White where they're out here trying to save white people. You know, I talked about him and I talked about Stephen Knight before of Night Talks, how they both put on their capes to come out and do their best to save white society, right? So, you know, white society has everything going forward. It literally has gotten everything that they asked for. And not only have they got what they asked for, they literally have Negroes on their side acting as guard dogs and being their protectors from the other black out there. You black folks can let me know what you think about this in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this so-called black fatigue. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
Yep, so there you have it, that black fatigue shit. It's that, exactly that bullshit. So they try to remix what the sister created. She wrote a whole book on it called Black Fatigue, meaning black people were sick and tired of racism, white supremacy, and having to deal with it on a daily basis. And these damn cave Neanderthals, as our brother said he would say, caucasoids, and come out the woodwork talking about, oh, they tired of black people, they're tired of hearing about black people, they're tired of hearing black people complain about racism and about the race soldiers killing us in the streets. We don't give a damn how they feel. We can put a cape on them and they can be Superman. We don't give a damn. So that's the Black fatigue. So moving along, we got Rodney Hinton, our brother down in Cincinnati, Ohio, who unalived the race soldier who was on the same force as the officer that he unalived on the police force down there. And shout out to him. He is now suing the police for $25 million, or rather somebody in his immediate vicinity and his family, because he technically couldn't do it, but somebody that was real close to him has decided to sue the police down there in Cincinnati, Ohio for $25 million. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Tries on Earth. Got a patch now from that damn bump we gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rodney Hinton Jr. is suing for $25 million. And when he was arrested, you know, there's a lot coming out. He was jumped by the cops. So a $25 million lawsuit was filed claiming man accused of killing deputy had civil rights violated. And I have about that. They always got to be dirty when they arrest people. So this was filed by Rodney Hinton Jr., the man accused of hitting and killing a sheriff deputy the day after his son was shot and killed by a Cincinnati police officer, had his civil rights violated after his arrest. He's seeking $25 million in damages. Civil rights lawsuit was filed Thursday, naming multiple agencies, including the Cincinnati Police Department, the state of Ohio, Hamilton County Justice Center, and Sheriff Shermaine McGruffey. As of Monday, Hinton Jr. remains in custody. The complaint was filed by Hinton Jr.'s next friend, Antoinette Holloway. The lawsuit alleges that Hinton Jr. was detained by Cincinnati police without conviction and meaningful bond hearing. The lawsuit also claims Hinton Jr. appeared visibly beaten during arraignment, indicating physical abuse while in custody. The lawsuit also claims officers had filed. What they did was, we saw how they all filed into the courtroom where there were over 50 officers there. You know, it was just a huge form of intimidation. It was so obvious. It was not necessary for that amount of police officers to be there.
Right.
So clearly trying to intimidate him, suppress defense, and influence the process. The lawsuit claims the above were violations of his 13th and 14th Amendment rights and is seeking compensatory damages of $5 million and punitive damages of $20 million. I'm going to show you a quick video clip and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
All right, Rachel, breaking news right now. The man accused of intentionally hitting and killing Deputy Larry Henderson has filed a lawsuit in federal court.
So Rodney Hinton Jr. is seeking now $25 million in damages, claiming his civil rights were violated. The lawsuit claims officers beat Hinton while in custody and that deputies showed up to court in large numbers to try and intimidate him. It claims Hinton was unlawfully imprisoned and asked that he be released until he's arrested properly.
Okay, so, they're just confirming that this lawsuit was filed. So Hinton Jr.'s attorney, Clyde Bennett, that's the one that you see representing him in court. He said that it is not his lawsuit and he does not know the person who filed the lawsuit and does not support it. So apparently it looks like somebody filed this on the behalf of Rodney Hinton Jr. So his attorney said, it is a lawsuit out there, but he was not the one that filed it. It must be a different attorney. So y'all, I hope he's able to get out eventually. These cops are going to try to fight it, They got these crazy notions in their head that they should be able to harm us, but they should never be harmed. How laughable is that? But this is the way this crooked system works. And, and they are under this ridiculous notion that everybody should trust this system that has showed not to be trustworthy, but this is what they are claiming. So the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office said it had no comment on the pending litigation. Other defendants did not immediately respond to the request for comment on Tuesday. I'm kind of getting the feeling this could be his family members.
Yeah.
It could be.
I think so too.
So, the charges on him is for, taking out that deputy that was directing traffic. And this occurred near the University of Cincinnati during apparently graduation was going on at that time. And this deputy apparently was retired, but he was still doing special duties when, he got taken out. So, as it stands, he is still in there. And I think there was another hearing about the bond and they still did not let him out. So, of course, his family members, they're really upset. And, they're concerned about his well-being behind bars, because, these cops want to get at him badly. They do. And I still think they may attempt to do something to him.
I think so too, Lisa.
You sure can't trust him, that's for sure. But y'all tell me what you think about this lawsuit for $25 million. And, I don't see anything wrong with it. I would have thought it would have been more about, the wrongful death of his son. But you know what? That could be coming. And I'm sure usually right after the criminal case, they always get to the civil side, especially if, someone is no longer here. They will usually get to that part of it. So I have a feeling this is going to be a long, drawn out trial. And even the judge said this is unlike any case they have ever seen before. Nobody dared to take out a cop because their child was taken out until now. It's always a new day.
Always.
Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next.
Thank you, Lisa, for that. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. This is the fuck around and find out generation and era. And we're not playing with these race soldiers. We're not playing with these Karens and Kens. We're not playing with none of them. So these race soldiers fucked around and found out. So shout out to Rodney Hinton Jr. He did what any father would do. Try to avenge the death of his son by taking out a fellow member of the same police force that killed his son on the same day. So an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'm not mad at him. And shout out to the family, if it is the family that is suing the Ohio police for $25 million. And we said they need to do a wrongful death suit on his son, Ryan Hinton Jr., as well, against the race soldier that unalived his son, and the police force involved in that as well. So yeah, salute to him, salute to them. So moving along, we got our family down in ATL. They had to put hands and feet all over these race soldiers that thought it was gonna be funny to show up in Klan suits, and they got their wigs pulled back. So General Sarah Sutansetti is gonna give us an update on that.
The militias. You know, the gall of these motherfuckers to do some of the shit that they doing, they deserve everything that happened to them. And so that they might have just been sacrificial lambs to start a goddamn race war to bring their ass down to an all-black goddamn festival. And really, it's nowhere. We go to bed, we wake up, we do this shit again. And so, you know, in frustration, we've taken a lot of our anger out on ourselves, and so we never understood, but the gall to believe that they could come up a month to a park, I believe during some outing, I don't know if it was a festival, and came out there in the Klan uniform and got their wig pulled back. That's exactly what happened. They got their wig pulled back. And so, we'll have, a video. I've seen a video online because there's not much up there that's even talking about it. I looked all over YouTube. I looked, even on Instagram. Most people say that the majority of the people that are reporting this on TikTok, but they saying these two Neanderthals had the gall to bring their ass out to an all-black festival in an all-black county in a damn near all-black city and get their wig pulled back. Yeah. You feel me? And see, hey, you get what you're asking for. Mm-hmm. You see, you get what you're asking for. I don't know, before somehow, see, and niggas been about that life. Man. It ain't really been too many times, in the last, 30, 40 years where they could have did it anyway, but the gall to believe that they could come up amongst a crowd, a festival of black people and think that they could come in there with some Klan shit on. I mean, that was suicide. Yeah. They were sacrificial lambs to start a race war, or they was just I don't have no explanation for nobody being that goddamn dumb. Right. You know what I'm saying? To bring their ass with some Klan shit on. You know what I'm so, that just asking for it because you didn't trigger black people. We already know the story, and so what it is, man, somehow white people think niggas is punks. I don't, and like I say, I've always, back my people. Even in they lowest, I say these niggas gonna wake up one day. Somebody gonna do something that's gonna trigger our people into they right mind. There's gonna be that one incident that's gonna cause all black people to come together at one goddamn time and put that hell of a ass kicking that should have been put down probably 300-400 years ago or even earlier. It should have been put down a long time ago. See, and that's just really what the problem is. You know, they've been getting away with shit where they have, it has not been, the retribution. You know what I'm saying? There has never been any punishment for the thing that they have done to our people. And so our people have lived, in a lot, and this is a new generation. But even the last one, the last 2-3 goddamn, well, most definitely the last two. And the one coming up, these is very, violent generation. They speak with violence, and I'm gonna just say that. And you can take it however you want, but you see what it is that the violence was not focused on bringing liberation. It wasn't focused, and so our people knowing that something is wrong in this society, but they really never had or have been taught the political understanding of why they in this predicament or what is really going on. And they know a little bit of the history, but they don't know enough. But they know a little bit of the history, and so a lot of our people have lived in frustration for many, many years, having no political agenda that could bring them up out of the situation. So we live, we look at the news, we go on, we go to bed, we wake up, we do this shit again. And so, in frustration, we've taken a lot of our anger out on ourselves. And so we never understood that, maybe we should have did that to those that treated us the way, these people that have done what they've done to us for over the last 400 years. Maybe that shit should have been taken out on their ass, and people's is coming to the understanding. And see, when you can get away with shit like that, when you can get away with shit like that, knowing nobody else in the world would allow something to happen to them like that, and there wouldn't be no retaliation. They thinking they could do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's just the reality. They can show pictures of our people hanging from trees by the thousands. You see, they can talk about all the niggas that they hunt. You see, you got to understand that. And it's been, it's been no get back for shit like that. And so when you could do it to a people, but they still understand that there's a trigger. You know what I'm saying? They've known that for a long time. They know it's still a trigger inside of our DNA that could flip the switch, and in an instant, they're just like the goddamn lion and the goddamn tiger. They be training them motherfuckers and be for 30 years, 20 years. Know the motherfucking tiger for 20 years. That motherfucker out there in Las Vegas and shit, and training the goddamn tiger. And for 20 years, they done been together. And that one fucking day, you know what I'm saying? He cracked that goddamn tiger with that whip, and that tiger ate his motherfucking face off.
Yeah.
Ate his motherfucking face. So they know within the natural code, there's always that trigger mechanism that one day that they it could be on. And so that's why they continue every day on the music, on the TV, and all of that shit to keep you in a state of zombieism, in a state of, because if they thought you was naturally inferior, they wouldn't have to do shit. If they thought you naturally was a killer of your own people, why would they have to put up all this shit on TV? Why would they have to go through all, putting out new songs? If you was naturally that way, they wouldn't have to do none of that. It would be, it would just naturally occur, but they know that they have to keep pumping that music into your ears, into your mind, into your psyche. They know they got to keep putting that shit in front of you, your eyes on this goddamn TV to keep you from that trigger. You see what I'm saying? That trigger to keep you away from triggering as a people and snap on their ass and give them what they supposed to. I don't give a fuck if it's goddamn 300 motherfuckers all the way. I'm getting motherfucker, we giving you the ass whooping my great-great-granddaddy should have gave your great-great-granddaddy.
Right.
You gonna get that ass. You gonna get that ass kicking. That's what you gonna get. That's what you got to get. You see? I'm sick of that because we you know, even in our misery, we want to say, oh, we don't want the reparations. We don't, motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
That's why we in the predicament. You ain't got to work. You didn't work for it, nigga.
Right.
Yeah, I hear niggas out here talking about, you know, they don't want no rap. Well, bitch niggas, sit your ass down and don't get none.
Right.
But our ancestors have already toiled and slaved. A bill was not paid. And motherfucker, if you owe anybody in the government or anywhere, they gon' bitch, if you got any inheritance and you pass it down to your babies, they gonna inherit that goddamn debt with whatever you got. It's not going away. And it don't make a difference if your child passed that damn inheritance down to their child and that debt is still not paid, then your grandbabies will inherit that debt. And if they don't pay the goddamn debt off and this is mortgaged to that estate and they inherit that estate and they don't continue to pay on it till it's off, and if your grandbabies don't pay it off before they pass and they hand it down to your great-grandbabies, then that debt is passed down to your great-grandbabies. So I don't understand how these weak-ass niggas out here continue. But see, that's why they treat you the way that they treat you, because they know you silly. They know you silly, and they know good and goddamn well ain't no way they gonna let you slide on shit. They're gonna attach that to every motherfucker in your bloodline until either they get the property or the estate or goddamn it, you in the ground, nigga. That's it. And they burn that motherfucker down or whatever else they do. And so we as in, you know, these white people is in illusion that they really got some punk ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? And everybody, you ain't gonna just think you gonna cross motherfuckers in 2025 thinking that, you know, these are some soft niggas, they're gonna let you say some shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, niggas is out here for real, going through shit, you know what I'm saying? I damn near snapped on a goddamn cracker the other day, my goddamn self. Yeah. Motherfucker all on my back and shit. You know, I'm in the line buying some shit. And this motherfucker get, you know, instead of him staying in the goddamn line, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker on my back, you know what I'm saying? You know, on my back, on the phone talking and shit, put his shit next to my, you know, on the side of the counter. And I'm like, I'm used to motherfuckers, you know, you're getting space. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, nigga, bitch cracker, you in my space. Right. You know what I'm saying? I snapped on him like, bitch, get off my back. You know, he was stunned too, like, get on my back. You know what I'm saying? Get on my back. Straight the fuck up. You talking on like I ain't even there, bitch, motherfucker. I'll slap the shit out of you. Straight up. And I didn't, you know, but it was like, you know, violation, like, bitch, this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, am I invisible to you? And so that just pissed me the fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Man, I've been to slap that motherfucker to the back of the goddamn store, man. One goddamn slap. And that's how I feel. And I felt, and I already knew where I went. You know, I went down there to 9, ready to go to 10. I was on 9, like, bitch, get off my back. Straight the fuck up. Move the fuck back.
Right.
Give me some space before you get knocked out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But see, that's how they do black people. They don't even act like, I remember, what was that book by Richard Wright? He wrote that book, Invisible Man. It was a book that, you know, a lot of people checked out during Black History. Invisible Man. You ain't even there. You ain't even motherfucking there. You see what I'm saying? So they'll look past you, over you, through you. And so, yeah, today, the gall of these motherfuckers to do some of the shit that they doing, they deserve every everything that happened to them. And so that they might have just been sacrificial lambs to start a goddamn race war to bring their ass down to an all-black goddamn festival. And really, it's nowhere in the goddamn America you would have been able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Today, 2025, motherfucker, you was a sacrificial lamb. And so, you know, they didn't, I got some footage I got from another YouTube page. It'll come up and, you know, all respects due, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can, you know, subscribe to the young lady and, you know, because I am borrowing the information because I didn't see it nowhere else. And so I just wanted you guys to hear from the miles of people that was down there. You see, because it's the irony of them not even showing the shit on the news. The irony of them not really, nothing on YouTube. It might be starting to get up there now, but it was literally nothing, you know, that's been reported by the news. But so let's get on off into it, family. Let's get something up here so we can see what the fuck is going on. How these two Cro-Magnon Neanderthals got their goddamn wig split. If you're on here right now, make sure you hit that subscribe button because you know we keep this shit. We been about this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know. You know, when conscious niggas in the conscious community was scared to fuck with General Seti because I already told niggas. I got one of my damn America in the second Obama in the second American Civil War. I already told motherfuckers damn near 20 years that this shit was still about to go down. Yep. You see, I told niggas, get them locked and loaded. Nigga, I've been telling you ain't been here no motherfucker. Nah, it's real. It's really real. And because it took another generation of motherfuckers sick and tired of this bullshit that really know what's going on. They ain't about that shit. So now the relevancy of what I was spitting damn near 20-some years ago is now coming to pass. You feel what I'm saying? So here we go, family.
News today. I woke up this morning and got on Twitter and I heard that 2 Klansmen tried to run up in somebody's neighborhood and got their ass knocked off. Oh, man.
Telling me they came to Motto in Atlanta. You telling me that came to Motto, ATLANTHEA, that's where I stay.
We have 2 Caucasian males who went to the hoods in Atlanta with their white hooded sheets on, the triple K kind, and got unalived. You see, we know they're racist. We know they're in their phone, in their homes, who look black, and they're being racist and pathetic. We know. But when you come into the hood, what white is, you don't know what white is, and it's not for you to know.
Do not let Trump white folk. In law enforcement, it don't matter what job you hold. I don't care where you live in this United States. Do not let Trump get you sent to the morgue. Do you understand? Listen to me. I need you not to let this fool gas you up to the point to where you're going to act how you feel. You're going to act out how you feel. White folks, don't be baited. Don't be fucking stupid, okay? There's going to be a lot of you that get on this video and going to take what I said out of context, which is fine. This is what you do. I won't be baited by any of you. If you continue to fuck us, i.e. the unprovoked attacks, the unprovoked aggression, the unprovoked murder, the unprovoked everything, you will be without sanctuary. Black folks, go by the book.
2 Klansmen finally got what they deserve. Every single last one of them that walked the face of this earth will get what's coming to them. But I love to hear it. They decided to walk inside of DeKalb County with their white hoods on, thinking they was going to spook some black folks. I wanted the rest of y'all to try that. Go on ahead.
Go ahead, Lady K.
Your buddies is just the sacrificial lambs. I think the rest of y'all might succeed, you know?
Hey, my people. Gracie here once again. Welcome back to the channel. I hope that from my
That's the channel right there. I'm gonna move it up, move it to the next segment. Let me see.
All right, go ahead, Lady Shay. What's that?
The right time to wake this thing up out of sleep. So,
Yeah.
and to say that, you know, the audacity of them being tired of us, like them talking about they tired of us, and then to send two fucking like you said, sacrificial lambs up into a neighborhood to get their head fucking split up. Well, you know, they fucking deserve that. They've been deserved. They had that shit covered for decades.
Yep.
It's surprising that we just let it just do it now and walk up and just catch it. We'd have been enacting motherfucking mass warfare on these motherfuckers for a minute. You know what I mean? If we just went and took off and, you know, feet off the ground and just went, hey, you know, like, it would have been over and done with. But we've been sitting back, chilling, fucking minding our own business. And these motherfuckers have the audacity to say they're tired of us.
Yeah.
If they're tired of us,
Yeah, they said black fatigue.
it's like, no, because we've been tired. And if that's the case, we've had white fatigue for fucking generations now.
Right.
Like over 200 years.
Right.
So what the fuck are they talking about? They now tired of us. They've been tired. But we've been tired. They're trying to see fucking Pete Flesh and listen to Karen voices coming out of both men and women. We were fucking tired since. I guess she just woke me up on my sleep. Like, I already been listening to the Black Fatigue thing because I got it on what is topic for the RBA, right? Then a couple little clips and shit. I was like, good goddamn. I was thinking to myself when I put on my little list, you know, I'm making my little list for the RBA the other day.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I was like, the audacity of them saying they're even remotely tired. Like, we're just getting started. Well, listen, we're in a race war. We're at the beginning of a race war. You know what I mean? Whether anybody wants to see it or not, we're in a fucking race war.
Yeah.
We're at war. We've been at war for like at least the last couple of years. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And we're not tired. We're not tired. What the fuck you mean you're tired? Like, we're in the beginning of a race war. You can't be tired now. Like, I'm feeling invigorated. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not tired. What do you mean? You're not going to go, I'm tired. Blah, 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 blah. In the middle of a race war? In the beginning? Oh, you ain't going to make it to the end.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're tired now? You're not going to make it to the end. Ladies. I can think of. That's all I kept thinking about.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, they're so lame. Like, how the fuck is they gonna make it to the end? We're like, I mean, we have like reserves upon reserves of energy. Like, what are they talking about? You know what I mean?
Right.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you for that, Lady Shay. Let's get to the video of these Klans members getting their asses whooped.
To be dealt with. Let's
come with them. It ain't gonna fucking happen. To you dumb fools, you dumb white boys that was sent down to DeKalb County wearing KKK hoods. Now I'm gonna switch subjects. DeKalb County, Georgia, and you got murdered for it.
Yeah, Queen Penguin. That's it.
Why did these fools allow others to gas them up, to send them to a all damn near majority black county in KKK uniform? Now you got murdered. And the ones that sent you knew that was gonna happen. Knew it. But
they was goddamn, that's like a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
They might have sent them motherfuckers down there just on the strength of, but I don't see how, I mean, listen, ain't no motherfucker sending me to die.
Right.
Ain't no motherfucker sending me to die. You feel me? If I'm gonna die, motherfucker, I'm gonna die on the battlefield. You see what I'm saying? I gotta be able to take something. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not just gonna give my life away without being able to take something. I don't know what kind of motherfucker that is.
Right.
Now, if I'm on the battlefield and I got the prospect of taking some shit for, you know, if I had to get mine, but I can get some shit for it, then that's what we'll do. But just to send a motherfucker down there, but like I say, these are some weird ass people, you see. And let me tell y'all something. And I've been telling y'all for the longest. You know, I don't want nobody to think, because when niggas was talking about Drake and motherfucking Kendrick Lamar and all that shit, I was already telling y'all, okay, about these motherfucking shooter. You understand? This is where they coming from all along. You feel me? This is where they coming from. It's these Klan motherfuckers, and they send these Long Ranger motherfuckers down there, and knowing that they ain't nothing but a suicide bomber, go in there and shoot all the peoples up. You see what I'm saying? Every last one of them, and they together, the police, the militia, all of them. You see, I was watching, and I want y'all to understand this, and I want to reiterate this, and I'm going to come back to this. I was watching, and this is a roundabout the way. You know, I was watching some military shit. You know, I like to watch and see what kind of, you know, military armament the world got. So I watched various shit. And I was watching, you know, this shit about the United States Army. You know, how big it is. You know, how many people in each segment of the military. You know, and so the grand number was like 1.3 million in the whole, you know, United States military. But you know what it also included? And I want y'all to understand this. Do you know what it also included in that grand number of 1.3 million soldiers in the United States military? The militias. The militias are in, you know, even though they are not under direct command of the military, if it get down to the get down, the militias are expected to join in to protect the homeland. So I just want you to understand that. So all of these motherfuckers, you can call them right wing, you can call them hate groups, and you can call that's your goddamn militia. That's your goddamn militia. That's why when it comes down, they don't go investigate. They never investigate no organization. They say, well, they may have been radicalized by something they saw on the internet, but they never say, oh, this person was, you know, connected to this group. Only that they may have saw something on the internet that radicalized them. They never, because you got to understand, the militia is a part of the whole organization of the United States military. You see, so they're not going to start locking up their militia. No different than they're going to lock up the police. Every blue moon they'll lock up one here and there, but for the most part, they going to tap them on the hand if they do that, and you ain't going to hear nothing else about it. So understanding that all these motherfuckers that you see going into these, a lot of them going into these schools, a lot of them going into any soft target area, whether it's a Walmart, General's, Dollar General, any of that shit. You know, they look for soft targets. That's why, you know, everybody out here got to be military minded. I've always said that. You know, I've known this shit many, many years. You think that, you know, they just walked up into the festival. Many times they don't have the Klan. They've been amongst you. You know what I'm saying? Don't act like they've been amongst you all goddamn ready. You see what I'm saying? They've been amongst you all goddamn ready. But, you know, they were just bold enough to put some goddamn uniforms on this time. A lot of time they just wear regular clothing and they blend in. They don't try to motherfucking stand out. You know what I'm saying? They'll pretend that they're a motherfucking hobo. looking for goddamn bottles in the garbage. They're doing, this is how, and so when you know that the militia is a part of the military, then they have different, departments, of, those that are, moles and shit, and, they come in plain clothes and just like the police, and they play game. They down there to see how you operate. They trying to see how you operate, how you move and shit. And so they looking for soft target areas. Yeah, go in there. Be a lot of people in there, old people, women, children. You ain't gonna have too much, you ain't gonna have no get back too much. You see, so you can go in there and kill. And so they don't just go down and just say, I'm gonna go in here and just start shooting. You might go in there and don't be nobody in there. Believe me, it's some goddamn, what that they call it, when they, that provide information. You see what I'm saying? Intel. So it got to be some goddamn kind of intel, they say, oh, you in there, yeah, right about that time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, over here. You see, ain't no motherfucker gonna come because you go in there, it might not be nobody in there. So it's somebody saying something to the motherfucker, come down there, shoot the motherfucker up, and then they gone. They go to jail, and then they'll be right back out on the motherfucking street before you know it. You see? And so, yeah, we're gonna listen to a little more of what the family, because
put the video real quick.
The world is just getting sicker by the minute as two KKK members decide to go to Atlanta, go to the hood, dressed up as that, and they got killed in the hood. When I tell you the hate and racism is starting to get at an all-time high, it is. We're heading towards a war. Race war is brewing. Hate is getting bigger. And I'm gonna tell you this, in this time and this day and era, these type of blacks, it's not going for it. These blacks ain't going for it. So whatever is booming and whatever is coming, as you may know, in the end time, it says nations will arise against nation, and that's race. So I told you, a lot of people ain't making it. A lot of people ain't making it, man. A lot of people ain't making it. And it's happening now. It's not happening later. It's not happening tomorrow. It's happening now.
Now, right now, not later, right now. I'm just find the actual video. Let's see. Yeah, this is the same place they was putting out them recruitment flyers like a decade ago. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Kind of fun there. Video on YouTube. I'm looking for the video of them showing up.
Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck.
That sure wasn't it.
No, it's the video. It's just the music they put behind this garbage. Mm. I don't know what to say.
I want to see if motherfuckers actually, who was it? Somebody actually there?
Family, I'm going to tell you this again. Stay dangerous. Stay strapped up. Stay strapped. When I tell you, I don't care if you're a felon, your life means more than your status legally. Your life means more. And just because you are a felon does not mean that they have the right to take your life.
That's right.
Your life means something to someone.
I see you right there, Scouts.
If
That's
not
right,
you, someone
Recon.
else that loves you.
That's right.
We'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. You understand? And I said this once before in the video, months ago. I'm not going to anyone's jail for nothing. No one's locking me
Black
up.
Power, nephew.
No one's gonna jump out on me in unmarked vehicles, plain clothes, and tell me to come and make me come with them. It ain't gonna.
That brother say he ain't going to jail. Let me tell y'all something, man. And I ain't the kind of, I tell it motherfucker like it is. You see, I remember back when I was going, I didn't told this story before. I remember back when I was in high school. This was way back, y'all like, goddamn, said it. Back when I was in high school. And, I was conscious. I was still conscious even at that time. And we in the middle of Detroit. And I see a raid van. First and foremost, I thought it was the police. It ain't like I'm dirty or nothing, but I'm thinking like, yeah, they about to hit some shit. So when I seen the raid van, I'm looking at it. But and I look at the driver, and it was a white boy, and he was bald headed. I'm thinking to myself, that's a skinhead motherfucker, right? Now I'm just 17. You see what I'm saying? I'm just 17. And I'm on my college, Muhammad, Malcolm X, and I mugged the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right? I mugged the motherfucker, and then he says something like, bitch, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And I'm woofing back like, bitch, what you want to do? You see what I'm saying? And man, listen here. That motherfucker tried to spin that motherfucker around on me. You see what I'm saying? That motherfucker tried to spin, but I was near family. You see what I'm saying? I was near family, so I'm trying my best to get to the motherfucker. But listen to me, and I'm saying that to say, yeah, that motherfucker spent that bitch around, like he like he had something on him. You know what I'm saying? I say, okay. That let me know right then and there, yeah. When a motherfucker talk about staying dangerous, you got to have that motherfucking thing on you at all motherfucking time. Because if you need to talk, you got to be able to express yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to express yourself. Yeah. But when I got back up to that goddamn street, that motherfucker had, but for that moment, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker spent that motherfucker around on a nigga like, oh, okay. And so, yeah, but I tell you what, I remember that. And from that point on, I punished for what that motherfucker tried to do. I punished every motherfucking Neanderthal from that moment forward. I took it out on, I spit on motherfuckers. I goddamn, whatever I cuss motherfuckers the fuck out, I don't give a fuck. I was a savage. I was a savage after that. You feel what I'm saying? Just, but that was my rites of passage. Yeah, that was my rites of passage and shit, because some motherfuckers, man, so, yeah, so, letting they in the hood. What am I saying? They in the hood. They be strapped. Ain't no telling what he had back in the back, because it wasn't one of them raid. It was I don't even know if I remember if it had any windows on the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think it had no windows. I can't remember if it had windows on the back. I don't think it was. So I don't know what the fuck was on the back of that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He could have pulled it out, and all kind of motherfuckers could have started. I couldn't see if he was tatted, but I knew he was a goddamn skinhead. Ain't no white boy riding around in no damn van. And goddamn it, with in no damn van with a bald head, white boy looking silly. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, so you got to understand, it's a whole lot of motherfuckers. You got to be careful. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You got to be careful. Let's finish watching this good brother.
Fucking happen. It ain't gonna fucking happen. So I'm gonna say again to you, leave us the fuck alone. Leave us the fuck alone. When you open Pandora's box, and what comes out will be a black fucking swarm. When we get this thing collectively, you will be without sanctuary. We are not outnumbered. We never have been. That's why you created laws to kill us. That's why you created the nigger hunting license. I remember it.
Nigger hunting
license.
license.
Hunt niggas from January 1st to December 31st with or without dogs, day or night. But you were only allowed a tag for 30 niggas at a time every year. They had a hunting season on our people because we outbred them. We always outnumbered them, my people. We're not the 13% that they keep pushing since I was a fucking baby.
Right.
We are way more than that now. White folks die faster than they reproduce. It's known. We have always outnumbered them. I believe they're the 13% here in this nation, period. They're just more solidified than we are. So whatever your religion is, Christian, Muslim, it don't matter. Put it to the side, because nobody's gonna stop a bullet from coming at you.
Right.
Allah.
My religion is my gun.
Right.
Like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. You feel me? My religion is my goddamn gun, and I pray. And if I pray to God, I pray that He help me to shoot straight. That's what I hope. You see, in the time, you know, we should know better than that. We should know, you know, it's all right to be spiritual. But at the end of the day, you understand what I'm saying? Wars is fought and won on the battlefield. And you pray to your ancestors that you are victorious, that you have the mighty blow. And when you strike that goddamn blow, it's a death blow. That's what you pray for. But you know you got to put boots on the ground. Ain't nothing coming, you understand? And that's just the reality. And back in the day, our people had to run. You know, and they was sicking dogs on our people, man. The same shit. They doing the same shit today. They let them dogs out on people. They do the same shit. Ain't nothing changed. You know, shoot their dog, do all that shit. Don't, you know what I'm saying? That's why you need that motherfucking thing on. You see? And it's not enough that one person and shit is standing up. You see how them goddamn them deputies, them sheriffs went up into the goddamn courtroom for Ronald Hinton. You see how deep they was up in that goddamn courtroom? They come up in that motherfucker damn near 400-500 goddamn deputies. You know, they fill the whole goddamn the courtroom up. You understand? All on that. That's how they roll. You know what I'm saying? Because they still know that there's also the trigger mechanism that shit could get nasty, and then it's beyond them. See, it's always on us. Either really, it's on us. How we want to do this shit, you know? And you just got to keep coming together. You know, it's enough of us. We can run the city. That's just a fact. They're going to have to call the state. And motherfucker. And it'll get so ugly to where the state and the goddamn county and the goddamn ain't nothing there, none of them, they're going to have to call in the motherfucking National Guard. There's too much going on. These niggas out here, they ain't playing. You see what I'm saying? And they could be vicious. It could be a vicious situation. You know, I remember, my uncles and them telling me about the riots in Detroit in 67 and how nasty the National Guard and the police, they was say they had piles of bodies. You see what I'm saying? You know, just like a heap of bodies, just throwing bodies and shit on the heap. And back then they had shot one of my cousins, and they threw him in the heat, thinking he was dead. You know what I'm saying? He in the heap of dead bodies, and he wakes the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? He wakes the fuck up and crawls out the heat. He end up suing their ass over that shit. Yeah, they done laid him in a heap of dead bodies, thinking he was dead, but they had shot him. You see? And so, yeah, they ain't giving a fuck about nothing. You get in a situation like that, you're going to have to stick together, and make them, and then you got to do it because if you do it in the city, you got to do it on the state level, on the county level. Because if you stop at it, they're going to bring in what they need to bring in and so you got to make them understand that this is a national thing, that we're not about to let nobody be, jumped on by no goddamn these crazy ass crackers, because they will try to do that. You see, it's a cause for national unity, but it started right there in the city. It started right there on the block. It started right there in the city. And just understand, it's that time. You know what I'm saying? When you hear that, they say it's going to be a trumpet, but it's an esoterical understanding. At the end, you're going to hear the trumpet blow. Well, it's blowing, goddammit. The fucking trumpet is blowing. You see? That's esoterical knowledge. You don't know it because you're going to hear it. We hear it. We hear the goddamn trumpet blowing. So it's time. You need national unity. You need international unity. You see, you need international unity. You don't stop, because wherever they think your boundary, then they're gonna try to bring enough, But if they think that the world is watching, and they think, and we on a national, and if they understand, goddamn it, if they jump on any of our people in any one fucking city, we gonna act crazy all over this motherfucker. And no matter what nobody believe, I want y'all to understand this. No matter what, how they say how powerless, we got enough power to bring this bitch crashing down. I tell you that. You see, whether outright victory, and I don't say we cannot be victorious, because we can, but I know one thing: we can bring this bitch to an end. You see, we can bring this shit over here to an end. It won't function no more. This shit'll be over with. We could do that. You see what I'm saying? And so if that's what they want, that's what the fuck they can get. If they think that they're gonna do whatever the fuck they want to our people. You see, so at this point, why they doing all this silly shit, talking all this silly shit on the internet? No zero tolerance. That's where I'm at with it. Zero tolerance. You know what's going on out here. I'm just being 100. You bitches all up on internet talking about this black fatigue. I'm gonna tell you about some black fatigue. I'm gonna write black fatigue on the tip of my motherfucking shoe. I'm gonna put that motherfucker I'm gonna tell you where I'm gonna put that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a goddamn how you feel. Right. I don't give a fuck if you tired, bitch. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Mm-hmm. You see, but if at any point in time, I know you hear what's going on the internet, because there's a lot of people tapping in. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm not in that shit just like a what they call that, when they get motherfuckers to do shit. Everybody want to do the same thing. Buckets, and put buckets of water on, ice water on motherfuckers, and all that kind of shit. I ain't got no time to play no motherfucking games with nobody. But I do know one thing, that they understand where we at as far as the racial tension that's going on out here. They understand. So I don't want nobody, you bitch, don't say nothing to me. Don't play with me. Don't motherfucker. And they don't do it no goddamn way. But I'm just saying, because you know where it's at. You let something slip up, come out your motherfucking mouth saying anything crazy. I already know how. Any motherfucking thing that's around me that I could pick up. Yeah. If that shit can come up, and the guy saying, bitch, I'm just, that's what I'm gonna do. Right. You understand what I'm saying? I like picking up shit. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's near me, if I ain't got that thing, you understand? Anything that is got, bitch, I'm cracking your head. Right. That's just all it is to it. So, you know, let it be known, man. That's just how we gonna have to do this. You know what I'm saying? This is how we gonna have to do this, because they gonna tell, and see, it's always us. It ain't like we go out there fucking with them. Right. You know what I'm saying? Just like they, you know what I'm saying? Let two niggas walk off into their goddamn bitch, they'll never find them niggas. They'll never find them niggas again. And it didn't happen. And they don't be going on no violent shit. They just happen to go somewhere which white people consider is off limits to black people. You see what I'm saying? And they may never come up. You may never see them again. It didn't happen, you know, a million times. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I'm at zero tolerance. I've always been at zero tolerance. You know what I'm saying? And you have to watch them, because they will they like to use black people against black people. You know, I'm noticing, and I'm gonna say this shit, you know, because it's a lot of shit on the internet where they talking about this black fatigue shit. And you got white people talking shit about us. At the same time, you see what's going on, walking around with goddamn Klan shit on. These motherfuckers is coming off in our communities doing it. And you got enough nerve to agree with the Peckerwood, even if I understand it's some shit that need to be worked on with my community. But I'm not, if it's a racial time, if racial tensions is heightened at this time, if racial tensions is heightened at this time, all that little, you know, little lip service can wait, you know, between you and your people. All that bullshit can wait. You sound like you with the crackers. You see, when you out here talking this boy, well, I'm tired, bitch, shut up. You ain't never been tired until these white people done said something. Now niggas, you know, you ain't never heard no nigga talking about they tired. You bitch nigga, you just jumped on the bandwagon because it was goddamn trending. You ain't said shit. You been rolling up blunts, drinking 40s, watching the news. Ain't a motherfucker did nothing as far as trying to help our people, even just putting out a strong message out there of encouragement to try to spiritually connect with the people, and maybe they would hear something of encouragement. Maybe that would help, you know, a few of the peoples out there. You ain't even done that. And so here it is, when racial tensions is heightened, if you ain't got nothing good to say about your people, shut the fuck up. Because the shit been going on. Right. Why is it that you try to get, you know, you try to bring this shit up, and when the tensions, racial tensions, are heightened at this time? You see what I'm saying? Keep all that shit to yourself, because that's weak. That's weak, and it show division amongst our people. You know what I'm saying? When we, at a time when we don't need no goddamn division. You see? But be very careful, because let me tell you, and I always tell y'all that, watch it, because they might try to come and have another shoot. They might try to come and have another shoot. You see what I'm saying? You got to get wise out there. We as, you know what, I mean, we are at war. I've been telling y'all that. Yeah. And I'm going to keep telling y'all that. The revolution not coming, it's already here. Right. I've been telling y'all that. It ain't coming, it's here. Dr. Khaled already told you that, nigga, it's here. Mm-hmm. And when the color of your skin will be your goddamn uniform, it's coming, it's going down, nigga. Your skin, it don't matter what the fuck you think you is. Right. It don't matter what the fuck they say, nigga, kill niggas. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You can come out here, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Moor, I'm a Kemetic, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, I'm a this, I'm a that, nigga, you gonna get your wig split out here. Nigga, your skin, and for them, it don't make no difference what your consciousness is. This is just, you know, a flat out order to exterminate anybody with black skin. So that's gonna be one of the commands. This is the King Alfred plan. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Where if it was what they call black insurrection in the United States, where they had this plan where they would go into effect, and you know that they would send out all the preachers, all the pastors, and you know they'll send them out first to try to calm this shit down. So I already know that all these time-ass niggas, they are, and we've been doing this long time ago, but it's more relevant now when we talk about FEMA. They trying to get rid of FEMA right now. But, you know, they had all these pastors for FEMA, 21,000 pastors for FEMA, where they would use the churches and shit, you know, as a intermediary between these government departments and shit, you know, and they already got the body bag, you know, they had all the body bags. They got all these goddamn concentration camps. They already had them. They was gonna try, you know, to put it in effect for that pandemic. They already had that shit in case motherfuckers get out of pocket. They already had the motherfucking concentration camps ready. You understand? For you know, what could have knowing that the people was gonna get fatigued, being locked down and shit and all that shit, and might uprise and shit. You know what I'm saying? And find out some truth of how that shit got in here and all of that. So we have to understand that they are operating right up under our nose with all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? They got a biological warfare and listen, you know, understand that. They know what the fuck is going. You got to be prepared for that. That just, you know, and under because these motherfuckers got the vials and shit. You know what I'm saying? That they can infect, that we ain't gotten no laboratories. You know what I'm saying? And where, you know, where we could create this type of shit and on a level military grade shit, where they could put it into the water, put it into the food, put it into the air. You see what I'm saying? And knock off, you know, millions of people. You know, they could do this shit. So we are really dealing with a vicious beast that got, you know, but the thing is, we are the primordials, you know, and that means a whole lot. A lot of people think, but it do. We understand that we are the ones that we are the divine ones, the ones that come with the package. When you look out into creation and shit, we came with the package. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between anybody else and us. When you open this shit up in the very beginning, we came with the package. Nobody else came with the package. We were the original peoples of this planet when everything came into being. From the earliest times, we were the ones that came, and so we got a whole lot of elements and connections to the cosmos that don't know about. And see, we think, not that, you know, it's one thing being spiritual, but it's another tapping into these stars in a way, not just to be hocus pocus, motherfucker, but understanding, you know, location, understanding the frequencies and the energies of what's going. Everything is you know, they do it. They already up. You think they up in space? What the fuck you think they up there looking for? Why they looking? Why the military? But when we go up there, we hocus pocus and shit. You see what I'm saying? Is knowledge in the universe. You feel me? And the more knowledge you have, the greater power you possess. You see, to put your presence down on this planet. You understand, with a heavy hand and a divine hand on top of it. So that's why they keep you out of the stars. They keep you away from the cosmos. They keep you away from nature. You're going to have to know nature. You're going to have to know what can heal. You got to know what can kill. You got to know where to water. You got to know where you can sleep. You got to know every goddamn thing about the planet. You see what I'm saying? You got to know what this do, what this plant do, what that plant do, what this tree do. How to live outside if you need to. How to build shelter. You ain't got to live. You can build shelter. I see motherfuckers on the internet. These motherfuckers building mansions in the goddamn forest. Motherfucker take sand and build goddamn, you know, it's knowledge. You know, and so we have to start at the very basic, very bare minimum of what it takes: food, clothing, and shelter, and defense. I hear a lot of motherfuckers talk about food, clothing, and shelter, but a military. You see what I'm saying? Defense, how to be able to defend your food, clothing, and shelter. You can have food, clothing, and shelter, but if you ain't got no gun, a motherfucker gonna come take your food, your clothing, and your motherfucking shelter, and anything else that. So it's got to be food, clothing, and shelter, and security, defense, being able to defend that which you have. Ain't no sense of compiling some shit so somebody can come and take it from you. So I believe we are already military minded. We're already military minded. We just do it on our, and we do it to others, but it's always projected that we do it to ourselves so much. These motherfuckers way more violent than us. You see what I'm saying? Even though they put that shit on the TV and we do some crazy ass shit, they still far more violent, and I'm sick of this shit. Because they always talking about, man, listen here, if I break this shit down to y'all, from the time of Carmelo Anthony to goddamn Ronald Hinton, you know how much crazy shit white people been doing? Do you know how much crazy shit that they been doing? I mean, they literally been doing all type of wild, crazy ass shit. They take our shit and put it up there prolifically on the internet. So and so when you go out there, you say, damn, nigga doing this, damn, a nigga doing that, damn, a nigga. And if you compile it to all nothing but black people, you would think to like, God damn. And the shit do need to be addressed. But what they don't show is when these goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthal and these wretched wenches, these wretched Neanderthal wenches, get their ass up. The shit that is far more gruesome and more numbers. I mean, like I say, they still talking about Carmelo Anthony. Look how long they done stretched out that one fucking situation. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucking crazy goddamn Neanderthal feral people right up out the Appalachian, because that's exactly how he looked. This motherfucker burned down the goddamn governor's mansion, had a hammer in his hand, and said if he would have saw him, he would have smashed his goddamn head in. You know that fucking shit stayed up there 1 day, 1.5 days it was up there, and the shit just disappeared. You don't hear no more about it. You don't hear no more. They done ran that baby over. I did that one, and he's 10 years old. Ran that baby over on the goddamn highway. You understand? I'm going, as a matter of fact, I'm going to do some more research to find out what happened. Because that shit don't make no sense. Ran the baby over. He on his, I think it's a four-wheeler. I believe it was a four-wheeler, three-wheeler, whatever it was. And he ran the baby over and didn't even stop. Nasty motherfucker come back and got his goddamn, his mirror after he ran that baby over. Then you don't even hear shit about that. You see what I'm saying? And I think they gave him a bond. Man, the bond wasn't shit. The bond wasn't shit. He was out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he was out. They called him in, gave him, I believe, a $10,000 bond. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning he only had to put $1,000, and he done ran that baby over and went on, and driver's license was suspended. They say they found weed in his shit, all kind of shit. Gave him a $1,000 bond and shit. Ain't heard shit else. All type of crazy shit going on. They give that shit like a day and let something else and let it go. So they don't stay on they situations like they stay on ours. No, they don't do that. They don't do that. So we get the illusion that it's all us. It's all us. That's a goddamn lie. You know what I'm saying? I keep telling people we've been living under the illusion. And if you believe that shit, then you will live it out. You start to live it out. They say, oh yeah, and listen to me, this is not an excuse for nothing that's going wrong in our community, because it need to be dealt with. You see what I'm saying? But when we have become the poster boys and poster girls for violence and crime in America, this gives the the world permission that they could talk to us stupid, and even the way the other motherfuckers around, motherfuckers gonna have to learn the hard way, man. You see what I'm saying? It's just all it is. I'm for my blackness. You feel me? I'm for my blackness, and Lord knows I'm for my blackness. But I'm not for no bullshit. Ain't nobody gonna be talking to me stupid. You're not gonna, and you know. And I understand that a lot of people look down on Black America because they got crackatosis. They following behind these goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthals. And like I'm telling motherfuckers, even in the international world, you see, even our people that very well may be coming from other areas, coming from, you know, the general, you know, got love for the black race. You see what I'm saying? Come on, you know, come on. It ain't nothing. Yeah, we are the indigenous in this land, but that don't mean we can't invite family in the rest if they need the rest. If they need a place to lay their head, we should be able to do that without it being no, you know, misunderstanding that we are original. You understand what I'm saying? In this land, you know what I'm saying? So that's not a problem. We could do that. But for those that come in and understand this, racial tensions is high. Okay? So I'm just letting family out there know, those that's coming from other islands, coming from don't bring your ass over here talking shit. You are gonna get fucked up. I'm just being real. That's just really, I'm just gonna be, and I'm gonna just say that one instant so you can feel my frequency. Because it's, again, you see tensions with the Neanderthal is high. That means we is like, you know, when they say the military is on, what is it, code 5, code 4, or whatever, DEFCON. DEFCON, the further you go up, DEFCON 5 is all, you know. So we right now, we about damn near on DEFCON 3 in this bitch. We ain't on 5, but we on 3. We on 3. We is at a heightened goddamn, so you can't come over here talking to Black American, bitch, you gonna get fucked up. Straight up. Niggas is going through shit right now. You know what I'm saying? So you coming over here and you sounding like this man. You sounding like the Neanderthal is what you doing. You see what I'm saying? So now people's is like, you know, the frequency, it's really the frequency at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because they talking shit, and so it's just the frequency of how people respond to each other. So, you know, I'm quick to check, you know, and say, look, we got to do better. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not about to be out here where you got all these damn Neanderthals on the internet talking shit about our people, and I'm gonna join in the frequency, and I don't sound too much different from them. That don't even make no motherfucking sense. You see what I'm saying? That don't even make no, even the white man over here, he say we might argue in Congress, but when we cross that goddamn, that national borderline and we go into war, we won. They say when they cross that water and they go overseas, they go as one. They ain't playing no games. If they had to go across that water, goddamn it, they go as one. They're gonna support their military 100%. Congress, Supreme Court, President, they're gonna support that goddamn army 100%. Ain't gonna be no, you know, playing with them or nothing when they cross that water. You see what I'm saying? And we had to think the same goddamn way. This is a DEFCON 3, so all the shit that could be discussed at another time, because you ain't gonna change nothing. This shit been going on. You ain't gonna change it right now. You see what I'm saying? So you could, you know, not to sideline anything that is important, but if they ready to push the button on, we have to prioritize the shit that we are going through and what is most important. You see what I'm saying? We prioritize, we don't sideline no shit, is how we deal with it. You see what I'm saying? We can still deal with shit without, you know, at a time of heightened frequency of racial tensions, add to the, you know, gasoline to the, oh yeah, they really is some dog ass niggas, and yeah, the white man say they lazy, they this, they that, and then you go up on the motherfucking internet and you literally join sides with them. You see what I'm saying? Man, but don't nobody say shit about all these crazy ass crackers killing every goddamn day. Nobody even say shit. That's why I brought that one motherfucker up in Las Vegas. This motherfucker, man, literally, man, this shit should be talked about every day. What level this crazy cracker went to. Do you understand what I'm saying? The brain, death, and destruction to innocent people. This motherfucker had over 24 automatic, he had 24 guns, and all of them was locked and loaded with damn, man, this motherfucker had over 1,000 fucking, man, this motherfucker had over 1,000 rounds and shit. You understand? That motherfucker had more than that. And you know what I'm saying? He shot damn near every last one of them motherfuckers. He injured over 500 people. No, he injured over 800 people. He injured over 800 people. Something like, man, close to 500 got, man, I don't know how many motherfuckers he shot. You know what I'm saying? How many, and then some motherfuckers fucked themselves up trying to get away. He killed 88, something like people. And people don't even know the motherfucker name. And, you know, they swept that under the rug real quick. You know what I'm saying? To people should know that motherfucker name off the tip of, you know, it should be like damn near internationally known who the fuck that man is. You don't even know his motherfucking name, but you still talking about some goddamn Carmelo Anthony and some bullshit like that. And here this motherfucker is the most prolific mass murderer in United States history for one man to shoot that many people, and people don't even know his motherfucking name. Man, make that shit make sense to me. You see, so we let them pass. We get these motherfuckers pass, and we take all the blame and shit for being violent and shit. And really, the reality is we living in the gut of this goddamn peckerwood. And a lot of people get the illusion that we can work. You don't work your way out of no goddamn situation. That's a goddamn lie. You understand? Yeah, you gonna get by, but goddamn it, you not about to work your, because if you could, motherfucker, you would have done it by now. We've been prolific all along. What the fuck you mean? You think we couldn't have got out of this shit if it was just about being prolific? Goddamn, we've been prolific. Goddamn, it's been all type of goddamn, you understand, where they didn't just bum rush the whole whole areas, whole industries. You understand? Where they wiping these niggas out? Nah. You see what I'm saying? They've been doing this. The fact is, man, we cannot live with these motherfuckers. I've been told you that. You can't live with them, but see, some of these motherfuckers, they can't get off the white man titty. They just can't do it. You see what I'm saying? Even in their mind. They're just like them motherfuckers over there in goddamn, where they was in Kenya, and they told them niggas that Jesus was black, and them motherfuckers went to foaming at the mouth. They went biblical on them niggas and started stoning them. They can't even imagine a God that looked like them. You see what I'm saying? They don't even want to hear it, and they will be, if you tell them that God looked like them, they will become the most violent motherfucker on the planet right now. That's how gone these motherfuckers is. So when you tell these motherfuckers, you got to get away from me. You understand what I'm saying? You got to find somewhere, even our people. When you know, I used to have, when I did the making of the nigga, when our people was always trying to run from the plantation. That was, you know, that just show you how fucked up niggas is today. Because we think somehow that we greater than our ancestors. No, our ancestors had, the further you go back, the purer in mind they were. See, we get under the illusion, yeah, we got a little knowledge, this, that, and the third, but that's book knowledge. It ain't, you know, our peoples was living the Africanness and shit. You know, they was living it. They was, you know, the way that they lived, they was living it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no book knowledge, or, yeah, we might got more book knowledge, but we that shit don't mean shit. Because, you know, as long as this goddamn Cro-Magnon Neanderthal is running society, making the money, hiring and firing, and you understand what I'm saying? Control. You look at, I tell you what, motherfuckers think they got power. This motherfucker done put tariffs on the whole world. It's a whole lot of shit that's not coming in. What the fuck can you do about it? Bitch, nigga, you got a boat? You can go over there and bring something? Oh, no, okay then. Well, bitch, you gonna be without. you gonna be without, because you ain't with. So, you know, I'm just letting you know that that motherfucker control your goddamn reality. Where he can put in, and now you ain't got shit. They talking about shit ain't on the shelves and shit, and this, that, and the third, and you know, and the further the tariff. So what the fuck is that saying? Okay, then he control your motherfucker. He got too much control over your goddamn reality, and his frequency is fucked up anyway. We keep thinking, and these bitches keep talking this shit every day on the internet, showing you exactly how they feel. We cannot live with these people that just boil down. And any motherfucker that, you know, even if you can't figure it out how you can do it right now, just come to the understanding. You understand? If you just come to the understanding, like, we can't live with these motherfuckers, then the mind and the spirit will begin to envision a way that it could be possible. But if you shut down in your mind, oh man, we can't do a bitch, nigga, go. You the nigga that'll make an excuse why when niggas get ready to say, you know what, let's off master. It's always, why you want to do that? Why? Why would you want to off master? That ain't the way to do it. No, you know how niggas be, no, that ain't the way to do it. You got to do it, you know, and without all that violence. Nigga you ain't did nothing to the white man, so I don't even know why the fuck you talking about. Well, you ain't, that's the only way you ever did it. With him is without the violence, and you ain't got no goddamn way yet. Even the niggas that got money. You understand? They always blame it on the niggas that ain't got nothing. They say, oh, well, these niggas over here, they don't want nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing. All they want to do is violence and shit. And then, okay, well, you got all these motherfuckers that got money, degrees. Why haven't they come together and did nothing? Okay, our reason is, okay, we the lowest of the low. I'm just saying that hypothetically. We the lowest of the low. We ain't gonna do shit. We can't do nothing. Our IQs is low and all this, that, and the third. Okay, then we'll for the sake of argument, okay, we'll roll with that. But you niggas got degrees. Why haven't the niggas with degrees come together? And what have they done outside of having these town hall, you know, and on TV? Ain't did shit. Black people is still in the predicament they've always been in, no less, no greater, no less. The niggas with money, every last one of them getting knocked down. Their ass is all in court. They in their pockets. They taking their shit. And so they haven't done anything. So why is it when we look and people say, well, we got to do it this way. We got to go to school. We got to get the bag and going to school and getting the bag. And I'm not telling nobody not to get the bag. See, that's where niggas get it fucked up. You understand what I'm saying? We're not telling people don't get the bag. We're not telling people don't get knowledge and wisdom. But at the end of the day, what does it do for the the greater good, the health of our people? What has it done in the greater? You understand, in the greater cause of the healthiness of our people, the liberation. What has that done on for the greater cause? And nobody can say shit because it ain't done shit. So don't tell me it's about no goddamn degree. Don't tell me about no motherfucking bag or none of that shit. That ain't got shit to do with nothing. Ain't none of these ideas, every last one of them have failed. And that's what I remember Malcolm X was talking about. Every motherfucking plan, every motherfucker that ever been a failure. And you understand what I'm saying? Every last one of them. The only one that motherfuckers have not practiced and tried, you understand, with all energy is black power. Separating from these motherfuckers, black everything. I heard him motherfuckers talking about black first. No, black every motherfucking thing. You understand? Ain't no black only. General said he say black only. I ain't got no time for niggas talking about black first. No, not black first. No, I hear motherfuckers out there say, and I don't give a fuck whether you like B1. No, it ain't no B1. B.O. black only. Ain't no B. Black first mean maybe nigga second or third, you might want to coon out on the nigga. You see, on the third or the second, you might want to, black first, but I'm going to coon out on the second and the third level. No, nigga, black only. You see what I'm saying? When you get all of that shit out and you separate in totality, you're ill. in many areas of the mind and the body. You're ill. You need to separate yourself. So you get an opportunity to cleanse your mind, cleanse your soul, cleanse your body. You see what I'm saying? You need to separate from that poison. You see, when motherfucker, you got to quarantine these motherfuckers. Get them away from me, and they're going to follow you and shit, and that just show you. When you look at our family in Africa, and they kicking their ass out, and they looking for ways to knock the brother Ibrahim off. They trying to find a way, just like they did brother Thomas Sankara. You understand what I'm, just like they did Patrice Lumumba, just like they did Malcolm X. They always get one of these old niggas, and that's why I say in a time of racial tension, you got to shut the fuck up. You got to shut the fuck up, because the reality is the people's security is at stake right now. You see what I'm saying? You don't know what these old Neanderthalic minded cavemen, Captain Cavemen motherfuckers ready to do. We already know what they done in the past. You see what I'm saying? And so they is ready to continue the same goddamn barbaric activities that they have already always practiced. And we just got to, man, we got to move past, all this, this little pettiness shit is petty. At the end of the day, it's petty in comparison to what we facing. It's petty. It could be going down, brothers and shit. Take some time, man. And I'm like I say, I try, but with shit like what they just did could be a test run. Be very vigilant, man, woman, and child. And a lot of times, it's time to take, the sisters and the children and the elderly, if they, they shouldn't be out here just, for no unnecessary reason. You know what I'm saying? It's crack-a-lacking right now. You see what I'm saying? And that causes, keep the queens off the battlefield. It's a battlefield. Keep the babies off the, run over the babies. Man, it's like, man, where the fuck is he? You know what I'm saying? Where is that Neanderthal that did that? You know what I'm saying? Where's these motherfuckers at that's doing this shit to our people? You know what I'm saying? And they smile and they get away with this shit. And it must be some form of retribution for that. You see what I'm saying? It got to be some form of divine retribution for the things that's happening to our people. Because we can't continue to let this happen. And so, family, these two men show up, and I believe it's a sign. If it's true or if it ain't true, what these people is saying that's coming out their mouth, I don't give a fuck what white people say. And I'm gonna, cause I could go the fuck in, but I'm not gonna do that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that because they be ready to take all this shit down. And I got lessons up here for y'all, and I'm not. But y'all know how people say, SETI, man, that old SETI motherfucker. I make the old SETI. That's baby SETI, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? That baby SETI, nigga. And this one right here, nigga, if I roared, nigga, it'll be motherfuckers coming through the roof. You feel what I'm saying? Real talk. They become like, you know what I'm saying? They be coming through the motherfucking roof if I did it like that. And y'all know good and goddamn well that's the truth. So don't get it like, no, nigga, I just know what it is. I done gave y'all the message, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all the niggas out there fumbling. Y'all want to do goddamn, I'm into the cult shit. Yeah, I hear motherfuckers talking about you ain't gonna, but if a motherfucker show up at your door, bitch, motherfucker talking about you can't beat. I don't give a fuck if you think you can beat him or not. The motherfucker show up at my door, bitch. I'm ready to do whatever. You understand? Whatever. I don't give, y'all niggas ain't got no heart, no courage. And that's why they've been able, you got to live on all planes. You can't run to, that's myopic. That's lopsided. You got to master all the planes. You see what I'm saying? You got to master the spiritual plane. You got to master the mental plane. You got to master the physical and all other planes, known and unknown. You don't stop, oh no, well, I'm gonna just do this. No, motherfucker, I don't want to hear nothing about no motherfucker. We could do some alchemy, but if that motherfucker show up at my motherfucking door, I want the heat. I'm not about to fight no motherfucker with, yeah, nigga, yeah. We do the alchemy for spiritual balance within ourselves. So when we go to work, you understand, we are operating on a level so far above them that we can't be beat. We take that element of the alchemy, the black alchemy into the battlefield. You understand that? You understand the shit that they need computers and shit to register, nigga. We out there like a Terminator, nigga. That shit going and we operating and shit, and you know we doing shit that they wouldn't even think of doing. You see what I'm saying? That's what. But when that motherfucker knock on my door, talking this bullshit, So get ready, family, cause like I tell you, it's gonna be a hot one this year, and ain't no telling. I don't believe that we could go two. I believe the next 2 years will define who we are as a people for probably the next 1,000 years. And that's real talk. You see what I'm saying? What we do in these next 2 years is going to define, you know, our place in this world for the next 1,000 years. Real talk. And I always told niggas this. You ain't got to worry about nobody here. Motherfucker say, Seti, y'all ain't gonna do. Motherfucker, they gonna bring it to your bitch ass. That's what's gonna happen. They gonna bring it to your bitch ass, which they doing. You see what I'm saying? But they showing, and you know, they willing to bring all they shelves together. They coming, they about to have a goddamn a military parade for Donald Trump's birthday. They're going to have a military parade for Donald Trump's birthday. So they're going to come out here and show you niggas all the missiles and all the tanks and all of that. They're going to roll down the streets and shit and try to terrify the world. You know what I'm saying? That's really what they're going to do. They're going to try to terrify the world and let the world know what they got and let them know that they're on the way. And when they get there, they better either open the door or goddamn it, they're gonna motherfucking rain fire down on their ass and shit. You see, and so that's the reality of it. And so we have to really come and like I say, you know, many of these groups out here, the shit that they talking about is undermining black unity with nobody. You can figure out the name and this, that, and I don't got no time for none of that. You see what I'm saying? When the color of your skin, and that's not the only, you know, criteria for us as a people, but it's they criteria. You see what I'm saying? So the shit you arguing about with another black man or woman, they don't give a fuck about that. You can argue, I'm this nigga, let's have the debate. That motherfucker walk up on both of the motherfuckers, blow both of their brains out. You see what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about that shit. So if it's at a heightened racial tensions, shut that petty shit up. Straight up. Shut that petty shit up. That shit don't mean nothing. That shit could be discussed when we got some security for our baby. When they say, you know what I'm saying, anybody's baby. They don't know nothing about these labels you niggas got. They don't know. They ain't gonna know that's some shit that come out of your mouth. When they see your baby and they say, "Goddamn it," or exterminate, then that's what's gonna happen. They don't give a fuck about that shit you arguing about, nigga. Them labels, nigga. They don't give a fuck about that. So y'all got to wake up out of that bullshit and keep your mouth quiet about, you know. And that don't mean you don't deal, but some motherfuckers deal with shit silently. Just because you don't hear it. You know what I'm saying? Don't mean it ain't been taken care of. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's a whole lot of motherfuckers out here that did some shit. And then you hear a motherfucker ask, "Hey, man, you seen Jimmy?" "No, man, I ain't seen Jimmy." "You seen Jimmy?" "No, I ain't seen Jimmy." "Ain't nobody seen Jimmy?" No, ain't nobody seen Jimmy. Damn, okay. Yeah, you know why? They didn't took care of Jimmy. Jimmy up out here, nobody got to have no news fucking report. You think everything got to be, see, that's black people, they think, so it just because it ain't being discussed openly, don't mean it ain't being discussed. And just because you don't hear an issue being discussed openly, don't mean it's not being dealt with. You feel what I'm saying? Some shit get dealt with quietly, silently, and we got to learn to be stealth. You see what I'm saying? Because you notice, when you look at this white man military, his most deadly weapons is the stealth weapons. You see what I'm saying? Now, he got some motherfuckers that make noise. But see, if you make noise, they know you coming. You see what I'm saying? They know you coming. They got shit for you. And you know what I'm saying? You know, they got shit for you. But it's them stealth bombers. You feel what I'm saying? That motherfucker, they say it looked like a little pigeon on the radio. You can't even see it. And here this motherfucker got 10 goddamn nuclear bombs on that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? And so when that motherfucker crosses, you don't hear it, you don't see it. And by the time you see it, it's too late. If you see it, if you see it before your defense, it's too late. They didn't already did what needed. They out of there by then. You see it, that motherfucker leaving. You don't see it coming. You see the motherfucker leaving. It didn't already drop the payload. So you got to understand being stealth, being silent. You see what I'm saying? Because they watching. It's obviously they watches. You see what I'm saying? They talking about black fatigue. Bitch, don't watch us.
Right.
Don't motherfucking watch us. Keep us off your motherfucking TV, bitch. You gotta go. You can easily go there. I tell motherfuckers, I don't like General Seti. So what, bitch? I don't like you. Get off my shit. You ain't got to come on my shit. It's a 1,000,001 goddamn YouTube pages on this motherfucker. You ain't got to come in my goddamn chat and talk shit. You can take your bitch ass over to the channels that you like, but you choose to come over here, nigga, because you know we got that firepower. You know we got that firepower over here. We talking about shit that ain't nobody, and we been talking about. We don't show up, nigga, when it's an episode like this and tell. We been talking about it. We been telling black people, get their goddamn artillery and armaments. We been telling them that the day was gonna come. We been telling them over here, nigga, BPC for life, nigga. We been telling them over here. We don't hesitate. Because we don't want our people to be caught in a situation where many of our people could lose their life. Many of our women, children, and elderly could lose their life because niggas have played down the severity of these goddamn situations out here. They playing down the severity of these situations that we're in. We don't need, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do need heat. Yes, we do need artillery. Yes, we do need that shit. We need a whole lot of it. You see, and we need to learn how to make our own. Any and everything that we need to be able to manufacture it ourselves. We must become manufacturers in this new world, man. We have to look past and see and take, and a part of our security is being able to provide everything that we need. And we look into the future, and I look into the future, and we see these cities and we see these nations of black people. How do we build that? And we have to think about everything that we need ahead of time and get an idea of what it is. Before we even start, what is it? What do it do? What do we need to put the roads in? What is this? You know, what is this machine? What does it do? How, you know, how many machines? Well, how do you break that bitch apart? How do you put that together? How did they do that? You see what I'm saying? And begin to fail forward in trying to create every fucking thing we need until we can provide for ourselves. This is the reality. Thank y'all for being here today, family. I want y'all to hit that. If you're in here, make sure you subscribe. If you're on General SETI page, you're on Sarah Student SETI page. Listen, I don't cut no motherfucking slack, family. When shit get critical, you gonna want to hear the general. I guarantee you. You understand what I'm saying? You gonna want to hear the general. Believe me. We're above, and you ain't gonna want to hear no motherfucker because you ain't gonna know whether they for real or they some type of mold and shit, motherfucker. Now all of a sudden you want to be macho man and shit. You want to come out and then you ain't been talking about nothing and shit. Now you want to usurp, the people's, frequency to let's deal with this shit. So you will have a lot of usurpers out there. So you want to have somebody that's gonna goddamn come from the ancestral root, give it to you like it's supposed to be given to you. So you make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. I want you to share this with your family, with your friends. I got some links over there. Make sure you get over there to my Patreon. I got some file over there. I take it up a notch, and I believe even that is a platform where, the general, I'll break any platform out there. You see what I'm saying? It's nowhere I can speak openly like I need to speak. You know what I'm saying? I'll break the platform. So make sure you get over there, hit the subscribe button, get over there to my Patreon, and I'll see you real soon. I'll see you tomorrow, family. I just wanted to get on here and put this one down for the night, and I'll get Blacc. Hey, appreciate you, family. I wasn't even looking at my chat. Yeah. But I appreciate you, family, for your donation. To all my family, Ray, appreciate you, good brother. To all the chat out there, the ones that, come and vibe with the general every day. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And I see y'all tomorrow. Arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast daily. Liberation. And I'm going to do that again. So, because people are always asking me, is there a plan? Every time I end this motherfucker, I give you the plan. And I'm going to say it again. Nobody got an outro as cold as that. It just sums it up. Arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast daily. Liberation through African education and confrontation. Black Power.
Black Power. All right. Down to the last couple of topics, and that is why the history of Nottoway, Plantation, Hinton.
May 15th, 2025. Flames engulf Louisiana's famed Nottoway Plantation, reducing one of the largest, most opulent antebellum mansions to ashes. Yet behind its striking columns and its polished chandeliers and its lavish rooms lay an unsettling truth, a history woven into America's darkest fabric, the exploitation and oppression of enslaved Black lives. So today we're going to peel away the layers of grandeur and confront the powerful, uncomfortable narrative hidden behind Nottoway Plantation. So join me today while we discuss the destruction of Nottoway. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at OneMicHistory.com. If you like audio-only episodes, you can find my podcast wherever you get your podcast. But without further ado, let's get started. To understand the dark history of the Nottoway Plantation, it requires stepping back to the antebellum era, stretching from the War of 1812 until the onset of the Civil War in 1861. During these decades, Southern agriculture experienced an explosion of growth driven by global demand for cash crops like cotton, tobacco, rice, and especially sugar. Southern plantations swiftly embraced these lucrative commodities, amassing tremendous fortunes that generated tremendous political and social influence. Sugar emerged as a particularly profitable, and Louisiana was perfectly suited for sugarcane's finicky cultivation. Rapidly, it became America's sugar bowl, hinting at the sweetness but also masking the undeniable human suffering. Growing and harvesting sugar demanded punishing labor year round, infamous for its harsh intensity, unyielding workdays, and dangerous conditions. Unlike cotton plantations, which offered a short period of relative downtime, sugar plantations required constant, grueling labor. The planters oversaw enslaved African Americans as essential machines rather than human beings, systematically forcing their bodies and spirits beyond endurance to maximize profits. On sugar plantations, enslaved black men and women rose at dawn, harvesting in the blistering heat with machete like tools designed to slice through tough sugar stalks loaded into carts. The stalks were then rushed over to sugar mills where enslaved laborers operated dangerous machinery designed to press the juice from the harvested crops. The boiling cauldrons, powerful presses, and the constant threat of horrific burns, injuries, and even death. Such awful conditions meant that life expectancy for enslaved individuals on sugar plantations was significantly lower than on farms cultivating other less taxing crops. An awful calculation that planters simply accepted, believing that black human life was disposable in the pursuit of profits. Within this brutal economic system stood the Nottoway Plantation. Positioned proudly on the banks of the Mississippi River, it was established in 1859 by John Hampton Randolph, a Virginia planter who migrated southward to exploit Louisiana's sugar boom. Nottoway quickly became emblematic of Southern wealth and power. Randolph understood the lucrative possibilities sugar cultivation offered. In the ambitious and unrelenting pursuit of wealth, he eventually controlled over 6,200 acres of fertile land, with 1,200 of those acres being exclusively dedicated to sugar production. To maximize his profits, Randolph held at his height 155 enslaved African Americans forced to work, live, and die on his plantation. Randolph expressed his wealth boldly, commissioning New Orleans architect Henry Howard to craft a home of unparalleled wealth and size. Built largely from local cypress timber, sourced, prepared, and painstakingly assembled entirely through enslaved labor, Nottoway Plantation stretched nearly 53,000 square feet with 63 opulent rooms, 156 doors and windows, state-of-the-art gas lighting, advanced indoor plumbing, and 22 towering columns gracefully overlooking the riverbanks. Upon the mansion's completion, Randolph went as far as destroying the architect's original plans, preventing anyone else from recreating Nottoway's splendor. Yet, beyond the marble tile and the intricate embellishment, each breathtaking room stood as a monument to human suffering. Nottoway was not merely a mansion, it was a gleaming monument to Randolph's wealth, built entirely on stolen freedom, relentless suffering, and enslaved labor. Life in Nottoway resembled life at countless plantations across the South, marked by constant physical exhaustion, terrorizing violence, and emotional torment. Randolph's enslaved workers spent their days planting, cultivating, and harvesting sugarcane under the punishing Louisiana sun. Overseers forced an atmosphere of relentless productivity, threatening and inflicting physical punishment through brutal whippings and beatings. Families lived under the ever-present threat of loved ones being torn away, sold off, and separated forever at their master's whim, creating psychological scars and emotional torment through countless generations. Within this stark and humbling slave quarters, life was a testament to resilience amidst brutality. Enslaved black men, women, and children endured unimaginable hardship and humanity systematically stripped away through relentless deprivation and oppressive surveillance embedded into the plantation's architecture itself. Yet, as tensions grew across America, the eruption of the Civil War in 1861 thrust plantations like Nottoway into uncertainty, threatening the very foundations of their existence and the complex systems of forced labor upon which they relied. Battles raged across the country, and freedom became entangled for millions of enslaved people, and the era of relentless oppression began to crumble. By the war's close in 1865, Nottoway's plantation stood remarkably untouched, only bearing minor physical scars of the conflict. Only a stray grape shot lodged into a once pristine column hinted at the turbulent times that the mansion had endured. Yet, beyond this facade of longevity and grandeur, the harsh realities of the post-war South quickly closing in. For planters like John Randolph, they were once powerful and prosperous through enforced and unpaid labor of enslaved African Americans. The war's outcome shattered their economic dominance. Suddenly confronted with the abolition of slavery, Randolph and his contemporaries were met with a grim economic reckoning. Thousands of acres of cultivated fields they had relied on for enslaved labor dramatically shrunk, leaving owners burdened with mounting debts and dwindling fortune. Nottoway's once thriving estate, spanning thousands of acres, was eventually reduced down to just 800 acres. Yet, across the South, plantation owners grappled desperately with ruin. The Southern economy staggered. Once wealthy planters faced an uncertain future. In response, Southern planters turned to a system that replicated slavery's profitability and control. Sharecropping. Under this seemingly fair arrangement, Black families would rent parcels of land, paying a substantial portion of their harvest as rent. Yet quickly, sharecropping revealed exploitative harvest. Planners manipulated contracts, charged exorbitant prices for supplies, enforcing unfair obligations and debt that became impossible to escape. Rather than freedom, sharecropping imposed a cycle of poverty, generational economic entrapment, and exploitation that mirrored slavery in all but the name. And as the Southern economy was attempting to repair itself, a disturbing transformation began to take hold. Rather than confronting the powerful truths of enslaved suffering, plantation estates and their wealthy owners gradually began to reinvent themselves, shaping a sanitized, romanticized mythology of the antebellum life. Vast mansions, sprawling gardens, and wide porches became symbols of imagined elegance and refinement. Brochures and postcards invited tourists across America to marvel at the South's supposed glory days, deliberately obscuring centuries of forced labor, violence, and hardship. By the turn of the century, places like Nottoway have found themselves a new life, not through cotton or sugar, but as idealistic snapshots of the Old South, deliberately stripped of the brutality that created their wealth. Yet these romanticized narratives cannot forever silence the truth. By the late 21st century, activists, historians, and descendants of enslaved individuals increasingly challenged these sanitized representations. Places like Nottoway's grand weddings and luxury hotel stays became focal points of criticism and debate. Pressure mounted. Critics questioned why the lavish facade of wealth and refinement was celebrated so enthusiastically, while the spirits and lies behind that grandeur remained hidden, forgotten, and ignored. Then, May 15th, 2025, history would intervene. A fire broke out in a small second-floor bedroom, unnoticed at first, but swiftly growing. Flames soon engulfed the entire southern wing, consuming furniture and drapery, spreading passionately from room to room. After lengthy efforts from firefighters, Nottoway's mansion was reduced to smoldering ashes by dawn. The mansion that once stood resiliently for 166 years was nothing more than fiery rubble. The loss of the mansion sent emotional tremors through Louisiana's community and the wider South. Some mourned the disappearance of beautiful architecture and craftsmanship, others the erasure of an economic symbol. Yet, for me, Nottoway's destruction felt more symbolic, a purging of a site that had long obscured a miserable history beneath its deceptive charm. The fires did more than destroy brick and mortar, it burned away years of romanticized illusion and hollow nostalgia, laying bare a reality of exploitation and trauma concealed beneath. Just upriver, contrasting reality stands in the Whitney Plantation, where the truth of enslavement isn't softened or romanticized. There are no weddings or photo ops. Instead, it presents enslavement in all its honesty and dignity, demanding the respect, and reflection that it deserves. In Nottoway's fiery loss, we are perhaps given an opportunity to honor the truth, to dismantle long-held fantasies, to reshape our collective memory, and to understand the breadth and depth of American slavery, uncovering the authentic narratives long hidden behind idealistic facades. Though the flames consumed the mansion that embodied generations of distorted storytelling, the true history, resilient, haunting, remains stubbornly alive. By confronting these painful truths, we ensure that this legacy, the real legacy, will never again be hidden behind columns and grand staircases. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This was One Mic Black History, and this was the destruction of the Nottoway Mansion. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. Also, I have a Substack. You can find me at One Mic History. Come join us. If you like to support the channel, you can do so on my Buy Me Coffee Patreon page in the description below. I also have audio-only episodes. You can find my podcast wherever you find your favorite podcast. And I'd like to thank all my financial contributors. I love you all. Without you, none of this could be possible. Peace.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oil.
Y'all, it looks like it's going to be another busy and tragic year up at Lake Lanier. Here we got this father of 5. He went in there kayaking and disappeared. They found his kayak. Somebody found his kayak, but minus him in it. And his family, they have not heard from him. He's a father and had 5 children, and they said he was a very athletic type of person. And, you know, him disappearing and nobody hear from him is very unusual. So if they find his remains, I mean, it's a chance. I mean, some people that go in there, their bodies are found, you know, but it's sad. I tell you what, I still wouldn't go in there. You know, going in a lake where you know the people were flooded out and even they are there in spirit. Wow. And just reading some of the stories, some of the people that went under said they felt like somebody pulled them under the water, the ones that survived. They said they felt like a hand reached up and pulled them under the water. And I did a video a few years ago. It was a woman, and she said she was shocked when she went under the water and she could see trees under there. And she said it struck her really strange there was so many trees down there. And then she later learned about what happened to Oscarville. Well, I don't know where this man went, but maybe he now understands what happened to Oscarville. I'm going to go ahead and do this story, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary. Dad of 5 disappears while kayaking on infamous lake where hundreds have died, causing loved ones a lot of worry. Dustin Valencia was reported missing by his wife after he did not show up to pick up his kids from school, per local reports. A father of 5 has gone missing while kayaking on Lake Lanier in Georgia. a notorious reservoir that many consider to be haunted due to the number of deaths that have occurred there. Authorities said Dustin Valencia, 43, was reported missing on Wednesday, May 14th, after he did not show up to pick up his kids from school, according to NBC affiliate WXIA TV and ABC affiliate WSB TV. Valencia's car was later discovered at Little Ridge Park, WSB TV reported. Sergeant Josh Bell of the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, FCSO, told WSB-TV some items were found close to his vehicle on the shore of Lake Lanier. Authorities believe Valencia left the shore in an inflatable kayak and has not been seen since. Authorities announced on Friday, May 16th, that the kayak had been found after an individual spotted it floating in the water on Wednesday and removed it from the lake, according to CBS affiliate WANF. The individual contacted authorities on Thursday after learning the vessel likely belonged to the missing man, they added. Dutch Monkey Donuts, a local shop, described Valencia in a Facebook post as a dad of 5 who is a 2-time donut eating champion. A vigil was held for Valencia at 12 p.m. on Thursday, May 15th at a local church, they added. Family friend Dylan Taylor said he is really concerned for Dustin and his family, and that there is a lot of worry surrounding the case, according to WANF. As soon as we got the word, groups of people came together to pray, Taylor said. Valencia's wife told authorities that her husband left home on Wednesday around 1 p.m. local time in his black Honda Accord, according to WXIA TV and radio station Access WDUN. After he did not pick up his kids as expected around 3 p.m., the wife reportedly said she attempted to locate her husband using the Find My iPhone app, but did not find him at the location on Samples Road, where his phone was said to be located. Deputies are said to have later found Valencia's car about 15 minutes away from his home on Lanier Beach, South Bend. According to a Facebook post shared by Dutch Monkey Donuts on Friday, the sheriff's office said wind was blowing back into the cove, meaning the kayak would have been blown back into the same area where Valencia presumably started from, should he have been out in the channel. Additionally, the donut shop's post included an image of something in the water of Lake Lanier headed from Bald Ridge towards Mary Alice Park, which was said to be taken at 3:14 p.m. on Wednesday. So far, we have had drone teams, Marine Patrol units from the Forsyth Sheriff's Office, Department of Natural Resources, and Army Corps of Engineers. All have been assisting, Bell said, per WSB-TV. Authorities do not suspect foul play is involved with the disappearance of Valencia, who friends said was in shape for triathlons, according to WSB-TV. Valencia is not believed to have been wearing a life vest when he disappeared, per WANF. More than 200 people have died in Lake Lanier since 1994, according to CNN. In 2023, there were at least 12 deaths, including 2 Georgia men who both died in the unrelated incidents months apart, People previously reported. The body of water was formed in the 1950s by flooding numerous communities, displacing nearly 700 families. Among the impacts was a prosperous Black community known as Oscarville, where more than 1,000 people were forced out by white individuals from Forsyth County, Teen Vogue reported. Many now consider the body of water to be haunted, per the outlets. Well, y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this story. I guess there are people, no matter what they hear about Lake Lanier, they're just going to go up there and get right on in the water. Please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
So the ancestors strike in. Shout out to the ancestors. Shout out to the people that called Oscarville home, and now there's a lake where there used to be a all black town. So yeah, karma's a mug. I hope the answers keep giving y'all that work. So moving along to last topic of the night, we got FBAs are concerned about America's downfall because we tried to save this nation so many times.
America has a lot of problems right now, and the folks are really losing their mind about how we're just so chill, relaxing, and having a good time. But I want you to listen to what this brother has to say in regards to that.
All right, look, it should be no surprise that there is an overall silence coming from the black community. Literally, America is crumbling to pieces, and you have barely heard a peep from black people. And I actually find it extremely surprising that people actually expect black people to feel sorry or feel some type of sympathy for the downfall of America. After everything that America has put us through, do you really think that we're all in silence sitting back thinking about how we can fix this shit and we can bring things back to the way they were? No and no. We do not want things to go back to the way they were.
Man, look, last night I went to this new restaurant called Confessions here in Houston. Me and my wife, and on a date night. Beautiful place. A lot of black people there enjoying themselves. They dress real good. Everybody having a good time. Everybody relaxed. Some people over here doing hookah or whatever, but it's just relaxing. Everybody was having a good time, right? We're not sitting up here worried about nothing going on with America, Trump, or anything else. You know why? Because it's nothing that is going on that we haven't been through. That's the thing. And every time that we try to get out there and quote unquote save America from itself, in other words, stop the folks from destroying America, what do we get? We get no thanks. We got no cash payment reparations. We get no respect, right? They don't get rid of the laws they put on the books to be unequal, unfair, and sabotage our hard work and progress. No, we're not going to be propping up this country no more. That's just not going to happen. We're going to prop up ourselves within this country. We're going to do what's right for our community in this country. Because one thing I'm loving about today is that we finally thinking about self-preservation.
Right.
You understand? See, the civil rights movement in that group was all about sacrificing for not only ourselves, but sacrificing for everybody, right? And everybody didn't appreciate that sacrifice. Now, today, we're saying, no, we're only going to sacrifice and fight for us, FBAs. That's it. And the hell to everybody else, you on your own, because we tried, and we have a documented history of trying to make allies, of trying to work with other people. You know, we made ourselves look stupid trying to be allies with people, right? You know, we think about it. All the time, we begging for allies, like Black and Brown, right? Brown didn't want to ally with us. Even Felix Tiarina said, they problems, I do not want to ally with them, from LULAC, right? But we made ourselves look so stupid for years, begging people to ally. Oh, blacks and Asians could ally. Asians didn't want to ally with us. Only time they want to do something is when it benefits them. They want a one-sided allyship. We do help them out, but when it's time to help us out, nope. That one-sided stuff is done. Globally, it's done. No one-sided. It's going to be a reciprocal relationship, right? Some of the folks, we can need to be allies. You don't want to be allies when it benefits you. When it's time to start benefiting us, no. So we said, no, the hell with everybody now. You're on your own. We only worrying about ourselves. And then they have the nerves to try to tell us, well, you're going to need us. Need you for what? Only thing we need is ourselves and the Lord. We don't need you. I was out there with George Floyd. Nobody asked you to go out there. Nobody asked you. Nobody looked to you. Matter of fact, you wasn't the one getting even arrested. It was us. You was out there because you were bored. You were tired of being locked down. That's why I tell them real quick, because I know the truth. You were tired of being locked down. You didn't care nothing about no George Floyd, and you wanted to go out there and destroy something because you had pent up anger for them locking you in the house. You had cabin fever. A lot of you did. So don't come out here acting like you cared about George Floyd. Maybe some people did, but the majority did not. Okay. So now, whatever happens, that's what we at with it. I always say this: how many years have they told us that their IQ is so high, right? Well, since you got a high IQ and we don't, we have a low IQ according to you. Well, handle the problems. But the only thing I would say, people with a high IQ really don't get these kind of issues and problems. So I always say, don't listen to what a person say, watch what a person do.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Oh, God. Gotta end the show now. Thank y'all for tapping in. We'll see y'all on part 3. Peace. On Black Empowerment. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Remember Black News on YouTube and Facebook, and the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. So Chan Krummer signing off from a Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. They claim it's an all-American town, but we know what that's code for. It's a sundown town. Peace.